Okay, we might be solid. I got a connector in here, literally just got it. Went downstairs and took it. So, I think we're good. Same process as last time. Share this with people. We're good. I'm gonna see if I can improve some other aspects of this. Have an idea. Don't mind me. Should be. Gotta watch out for that cord, it'll be fine. Harrison green screen. Alright, we back? We back. We got a PDS warning. I would assume that's with the one in Birmingham. Yeah. Or the one not in Birmingham, south of Birmingham. See, move that up so y'all can see that a little bit better while I'm doing this. Oh, there's obviously your signature. Okay. Let's check the correlation coefficient on that. Not anything, I don't know, I'm not seeing anything crazy. It's off the Birmingham radar too. Well, I'll cover it. It's now moving to the north. It's now to the northeast of Moundville. These things are moving fast. You have West Blankton, Vance. That's going to move northeast into that direction. So if you're in West Blankton, I mean, you got to be in your safe place. If you're anywhere around this, even on I-20 driving, you're going to have to be in your safe place. If you're somehow watching, these things are going to be moving fast. This is our first real supercell of the day. These things are going to be moving at like 70 miles per hour. These things are going to be moving really, really, really fast. This is on the southernmost point of that high risk today. I'll go over that again since this is a whole new stream. Today we are in a high risk. There's your high risk. You can see the purple outline right there. I know it's harder to see with that. I guess you know what? I'll go ahead and I'll switch over to just a random radar right there so you can just get the warnings. Okay. So this makes it a little easier. We'll do that. Okay, so this is your day one outlook. Forget about this blue circle. That's a mesoscale discussion. Don't worry about it. You have some yellow boxes right here. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for Gadsden. You have down here, that's that tornado warning for Tuscaloosa. That's going to eventually get into Jefferson County. And that one just canceled down there. But this high risk, this is the purple outline right here. These don't happen that much. Last time that we had a high risk in Athens, Alabama was April 27th, 2011. So you have to take this very, very seriously. It has southern middle Tennessee in that high risk. It has North Alabama in that high risk, North Central Alabama, and parts of eastern Mississippi. So the bullseye, if you will, is right here in North Alabama today. So you got to kind of keep a close eye on this one. This one is one of those days where you have an extremely dangerous environment. Any storm that forms could drop a violent tornado that could be long track and violent. I think I kind of double said that. But right now, the only tornado warning in the system right now, but then again, it is only 12:30. We got a long way to go. Is this one south of Tuscaloosa? Go into that one a bit. I'll see the details on that. It's looking more like a cone now. See if we can get the details on this warning. Let me open up Twitter. All right, let's see if we can get some details on this. I'm sure everybody is freaking out. Confirmed tornado moving southeast of Moundville. So this is a tornado on the ground. This is your first tornado of the day. So this is a tornado on the ground. It's going to move to the south of Birmingham, but it is going to cross I-65 eventually. Let's get the towns on there so we can kind of see that a little bit better. People in the way of this, North Bibb, Vince, oh boy. Excuse me. Yeah, North Bibb, Vince, like we said earlier, West Blockton, Coling, Vance, Abernat, McCallius. So that's going to move, again, to the south. What notification is that? Hold on, I got a TikTok. Okay, sorry, excuse me. TikTok giving me notifications. Ridiculous. Okay, but again, that's moving to the northeast. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground. If you're anywhere on I-20, which I think is the most realistic location for anybody to listen to this then obviously be in your safe place. This is a supercell that's alone and is, taking its own shapes. This is a lone, discrete supercell moving northeast, and it's going to go to the south of Birmingham. Again, North Bibb, Vance, West Blockton, you got to be in your safe place. So eventually, and I have a great feeling that it's going to do this with ease, it's going to go to the northeast, going to go to I-20, south of Hoover, down to about Alabaster, Pelham, and Indian Springs. They actually just issued something. Mesoscale discussion. Probably issued a mesoscale discussion on this tornado. Let's see what they got for it. Concerning Tornado Watch 50, areas affected, parts of central Alabama. The severe weather threat for Tornado Watch 50 continues. A tornadic supercell over northern Hale County may persist with tornado threat expanding east-northeast for several hours. A long-lived supercell, now tornadic and likely producing a strong tornado, continues to move east-northeast across northern Hale County and has shown no signs of weakening. And I kind of do agree with that. That's kind of what I said right there right off the bat when they issued that mesoscale. So that is moving to the northeast. While everything kind of unfolds behind it, this is going to be your lead supercell. This is going to move, in the next couple of hours, it's going to move from, southern Tuscaloosa County and probably all the way northeast into the Alabama-Georgia border and maybe even farther. That's the kind of environment we're in today. Again, high risk, tornado outbreak type environment. You got to be definitely got to be prepared for that. Let's go out a little bit because our main concern, obviously, most people watching this is from North Alabama. Huntsville, Florence, Muscle Shoals. We got Josiah Trotman in the Muscle Shoals area, in Tuscumbia kind of deal. Athens, Huntsville, this is the kind of area that we're really going to be watching today. That's supposed to be the bullseye. When we started the day, that was going to be the bullseye. So let's see what we got here. Yep, it looks like we got storms trying to get their act together. These things are going to... It doesn't look like they're doing what I wanted them to do. I think they might be starting clustered and then expanding, which is kind of the bad thing. We don't want that to happen. They're probably going to become discreet and do their own thing, which is not what we need in an environment like this. What's also concerning is that we're starting to have convection. I guess I can circle with this, can't I? We're starting to have convection in here. Any convection that forms basically from about right here down to right here could move into North Alabama and affect us. And we are in a great dynamic setup. And by the time that it gets here, we'll have sufficient Cape values, everything will be in place, and we'll be in trouble. But the one that I want to watch, that one, that's already in a favorable environment. That's in the PDS watch. That's going to move northeast, and that would eventually affect places like Athens. So you have to pay attention to that. I'm going to watch that cell because I really do believe that if there's a cell to watch, it's that one. Let's look over here. Let's look at how this is unfolded. Sorry, it's going to wait for the connection. We'll do that every now and then. Just give it time. Signs of lightning. Okay, new lightning. So it's becoming some of its own. It's in a very favorable environment. Let's check back over here. Let's check Twitter, see if there's anything huge. Confirmed large tornado. So again, this is for the one up here in Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. It will pass to the south of Birmingham, I'm sure. If you're in Bibb County or Tuscaloosa County, southeast Tuscaloosa County, you got to be in your safe place. That is a terrible situation right off the bat. It's an observed tornado. It has been seen let's see. So, let's scroll around here. See if there's anything huge going on. I'm not seeing anything new in terms of huge information. This is a tornado emergency, I will say. This is a damaging tornado, life-threatening situation. So if you're anywhere from Tuscaloosa northeast to Birmingham and south, down to about, let's say, Ealing, and what did we say back on the I-20? Jefferson, okay, southern Jefferson County, Bibb County, and southeast Tuscaloosa County, you've got to be in your safe place. I'll just go with that. This is a damaging tornado on the ground. Let's see. Potential corridor for tornado threat next couple of hours. That was what we just talked about. That was the mesoscale discussion. Let's see. All right, let's look at the mesoscale, what we got now. Again, favorable environment. Well, what we were talking about with that supercell earlier, very favorable environment, and it's only going to get worse. So that's going to keep on moving to the north. Yeah. We're going to be in a very favorable environment here soon, and even we're not even going to be out of the clear for another 6 hours. The tornado watch, I think, goes until midnight. No, 8 p.m. Excuse me, 8 p.m. That's a big difference. Don't know how I got that. Coalition has been going crazy for that storm for like 5 minutes now. They just now confirmed it. Well, I mean, I don't know. Okay, here's another severe thunderstorm warning. This is moving northeast. That's interesting. So this is probably going to take less of a supercell characteristic right here. Probably just going to do what that storm kind of did last week. But I'm going to pay attention over there, but I think we should bring our attention back down here because this is a classic supercell. Things feeding into it. It's moving northeast. It's going to pass to the south of Birmingham. Now it's going to make it close. I mean, if you follow that path, let's do it. It's going to be to the south of Birmingham. The communities that you do have to watch out for is Pelham and Alabaster, and Hoover. If you're anywhere from Hoover south to just north of Calera, I would say on I-20. You don't have to necessarily take your safe place now. However, you probably do need to take it in the next 30 minutes. That's probably, no, or less, because these things are going 70 miles per hour. It's like if you were driving on the interstate from Calera to Birmingham. It's about from that distance to Birmingham. And how long that would take, that's probably how long it's going to take for that supercell to get to Pelham or Alabaster. So it's knocking on the door right now. They probably need to go ahead and issue a tornado warning of some sort because these things, again, they are flying. Everything is flying today. They're going fast. Also need to watch any of these cells up here. So let's go back over here. Looks like supercells could be trying to initiate right in here. Again, moving northeast, that would affect just to the south of our area, but it's where it's open, especially that one. If that one materializes into a supercell, that sucker is going to move into a very favorable environment, and it's going to continue to strengthen and do its thing. Looks like we have more storms trying to initiate in front of this. This could be a long day. Could be a long day. So I think the main area of concern now is going to be, I mean, obviously kind of where this high risk is. Just all over right there. As you can see, I mean, it's clearing up. Outside, the sun's kind of come out a little bit. So it's obviously not the best environment right now for a nice, wonderful day. Let's see. Let's go to the mesoscale. Let's look at the current surface observations. We're sitting at 64 degrees dew point at, goodness gracious, at Huntsville, which is something. But then you also have 72, 74 just to our south.
that warm front's going to keep on creeping north. Let's see, composite index. Let's look at the significant tornado parameter. And let's see. Let's do effective layer. Okay. Right now, of course, we're waiting for this thing to move up. But the cap right there, this is anything above 2 is significant. You have 2 up to the cell right there, and yep, there it is. All right, we had a severe thunderstorm warning on that, buddy. Got to watch it. The 2's about to right there. Again, all these are going to move north. The 3's to about right there, and the 4 is kind of in this range because it's so unstable. Let's bring this through with a forecast. Yeah, the main threat just... Wow. Yeah, we get a 4. So this indicates that we would have an SDP of 4 right here, which is crazy. With scattered supercells all over the place. So if that's how today unfolds, man, we'll have an issue. So, but here we go. I gotta watch that sucker right there. It's not. You know, you see this one, right, and it's kind of in a more this way track. That one is more of a north track. If that thing strengthens, it'll start to turn a little bit to the right. But with that being a severe thunderstorm, obviously catches your attention. Severe thunderstorm warning moving northeast. That's still in Mississippi, but you still got to watch that because that could potentially be a problem. We also have another cell trying to pop up right here. Again, any of these that become discrete could pose a threat, a massive threat, in terms of tornadoes. What's interesting, this convection right here, not necessarily convection, it's severe, obviously, but that could plug any in or stop any inflow. It's messy. I'll give it that. It's messy right now, but then again, you're not really going to have a dry, clean, supercellular look here in Dixie Alley. Let's look at the chat, if y'all got anything. Gotta get over to it. This day is going to be crazy. Yeah, potentially. So help me. If that cell turns right and starts heading right towards me. Good. Correlation coefficient has been going crazy. We already talked about that. 11 people watching. Hello, everybody. Tornadoes be bonkers. Tell me about it. We have a severe thunderstorm warning all the way in. All the way in Georgia. So, let's see. The moderate risk. It's the Memphis radar. Just watching these storms fire right now. Again, there's your kind of firing line right there. All that's going to move northeast into our area. So, I mean, you just have to pay attention to this stuff. These things, I think, are going to turn, especially that sucker right there. That's trying to turn supercellular. It's trying to do something. But watching everything closely. Let's see. Oh, so you still have that. You still have that down there. I guess I'll kind of bring my attention to that for now. Okay. Dang. Okay. So, obvious supercell. That's moving northeast. That's still around the same spot as the last time we talked about it. That's going to move northeast into Bibb County. I think it might be in Bibb County at this point. It's knocking on the door of... yeah, it says North Bibb. Go around. You're good. So, new subscriber. That's cool. Hello. Who is that? Clody. Hello, Clody. Okay. Vance, North Bib. What is that community right there? West Blockton. Is that a debris ball? Get a debris ball right there. Moving northeast, that's going to eventually hit and impact I-65. My friend Jake is here. He needed to be here because his parents are out of town, and so he's just going to be, I guess, in the background there. An aid. Yes. If I ever need you for anything, I'll ask for your help. I don't see any inflow right now, or any stop it. Look at that. I mean, just one lone powerful supercell in the middle of the state, putting a tornado down that's going to pass to the south of Birmingham, is about right there, or there, sorry. Moving to the north. It's knocking on our door. It's about to bust in. So gotta keep on watching it. There's some rain coming in right now. I don't think that any of that's necessarily a threat to turn supercellular, except that's starting to have some lightning. Where is this? This is Glen Allen, Winfield. That would pass to the north of Jasper, potentially over there to Double Springs. You still have to watch these, because these are in a favorable environment as well, but it is still very close to the front. It's roughly, the front is roughly about right there, which is kind of where it was last week at this point. See, 2 hours ago, it was way farther south. It's definitely on the trend our way, which is concerning. The latest from the RAP model has about 500 to 1,000 joules per kilogram in about 2 hours. That ups to about deep into 1,000 joules, and then it goes crazy into 1,000 joules, and then it's just widespread K values everywhere. I definitely think with there is a chance that one of the ways that we can get bailed out of this is if too much. I'll circle the radar scope just crashed. I gotta open that up. Hopefully that doesn't look too weird when I open it back up. There you go. Cool. All right. The area where too much could form is kind of right in there. If that is the case, and if that does block any instability, then that could save us a bit. However, you can't count on that because we still do have a severe thunderstorm warning right here that's alone and by itself with plenty of instability to work with moving northeast. You have to watch that because that's the one that I'm personally concerned about. Let's see. Check the circulation on that. I know it's a small one, but let's see. Not any clear evidence of anything yet. But it definitely is in an environment where it could start to rotate really quickly. Let's see if I've gotten anything lately from, I don't know, an outlook of some kind. Let's switch back over here. Just to blah 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 blah. Sorry, looking at see if I can get any information. That was the last email I've gotten was the we will be under a tornado watch soon, so we're gonna wait on that. I don't know. We're just gonna have to wait and see until the sucker unfolds. The massive convection right now is, or the main massive convection is now over North Georgia. It's kind of cleared out for the most part. You look to the north, there's nothing. Nashville, south to the line, and far to the north, the rain that was there 3 hours ago is completely gone. See how fast that went out there. I mean, it's just completely cleared when it was covered earlier. Sheesh. Okay. So, let's see. Have they updated that tornado warning at all? They haven't, which is interesting. Don't necessarily agree with that. Probably should go ahead and do that for southern Jefferson County, maybe. This collection of cells is now starting to look like more of convection. It was a lot. Like I did say that this was one of the things that are going to happen. Too many things could form at once. This, in a whole, could form into its own thing. And if it does, that would kill off that and probably down here that. And that wouldn't suck up too much. I don't think that it's going to have... The National Weather Service addressed this yesterday. Any convection that does form a rain shield, if you will, any that does form, they don't think that it would have as much of an impact as it did last week. Last week, a rain shield, not necessarily a rain shield, well, a mixture of the rain shield and just the lack of convection moving to the north, or not convection, thermodynamics moving to the north, that kind of combined within itself to say, you know, the warm front did not move as far north as they anticipated. Can I explain rain shield? Okay. All right. So now they extended that tornado warning. Look how big it is too. Goodness gracious. Real quick, I'll explain the rain shield in a second. This new tornado warning, and I'll move it over here so you can see it a little bit better. North Bibb, obviously we've had that for a while. West Blockton, the tornado is knocking on your door. Debris ball and everything. There's a confirmed tornado on the ground. Pelham, Alabaster, Chelsea, Hoover, Vestavia Hills, Homewood. Birmingham, part of the city limits is in the tornado warning. So I would say, just for the sake of being safe, it could take a north turn. So I would say if you're in Birmingham, I would be in a safe place. Same thing for Trussville, Leeds, Vincent, Harpersville, Chelsea, Pelham, Alabaster, Michaelia, Hoover, Bessemer. And just down I-20 right there. I don't know why you'd be listening to me, but if you're driving on I-20 or on I-65 from Birmingham south to Calera, get off the road, get in a safe place immediately. You cannot be in a vehicle. Mobile homes are also just complete traps. My goodness gracious. They are death traps. It's terrible. It's going to keep on moving. It's going to keep on moving this way. That's going to go to the south. I would think the south of Birmingham, but also potentially not. It could impact the southern portions of Birmingham. It's probably going to hit or be near the line between southern Jefferson County and I think Bibb County, if I remember my counties right. Probably not. I don't know. But anyways, rain shield, like Jake wanted to learn about. Last week, a bunch of convection kind of lined up right in there, and then it kind of was a thing where a train of cells kind of lined up or right here. This is a hypothetical situation too. This could happen. Something like this could happen. A lot of stuff formed all at once and kind of created a shield because the instability, the moisture in the bottom, from the Gulf of Mexico surges north, and it a lot of the time has to get there clean. It could get here if it was coming straight from the south right now. It could 100% make it. Right now, it's sitting about right here, so it's really really close. The reason it's so far up there is because these things just formed. So it was able to rise freely, and now it's up to right here. And all model guidance suggests that it blows through there. We have all the thermodynamics that we need to have supercells. But if there is something right here to cap it, and it doesn't let it rise as much as it could, then you don't have the ingredients for severe weather. So, or all of the ingredients for severe weather. Basically, it looks like everything would, in terms of ingredients, could just be maxed out today. Let's check back on this. It's now looking like it's taken more of a supercellular form a little bit. It's trying. There's a lot of lightning in there. It's trying to work on itself. I really do believe that that one could be one to watch. Also got to watch the ones in, I guess, south of Decatur. I'm sure those are elevated, though. I doubt that those are rooted in the surface. So let's just, well, no. None of, there's not really any lightning. So I'm not too terribly concerned with that. Gonna watch, really going to watch this. This could be the deciding factor of this whole day right here. Because how quickly that formed, I think that totally could be a thing. That could be a potential, I'd say a potential limiting factor right there. If that becomes the case, and that could potentially block a major outbreak up here. But then again, I don't know. I'm not a professional. I can't say yay or nay to anything. Let's go back to Twitter, and we will see what we can do. Man. Okay. So that is a confirmed tornado. We already covered that. 16 minutes ago, Brad Travis, he's watching this collection right here too. He's very confident that those suckers could eventually form tornadoes. But that convection right there could eventually move to the northeast. Now, if it rides it, because I guess, it's sitting right there, okay? It's right there. There's the warm front. That thing surges ahead, and then you have these suckers, especially right the lead wave, and that crashes through. Hey, that could be a potential issue. The wording today was incredible. So weird. They do have a Skycam shot from ABC 3340 of the tornado. It's a wedge. It is a wedge tornado, unfortunately. Sun peeking out a little bit. That's bad news. Reminder that when the first round of storms pass, the event is not over. Here's a look at the observed Cape. Surface-based Cape versus the forecasted surface-based Cape. At least 500 joules per kilogram above are expected. If you were in a warning polygon, stay sheltered regardless of confirmation. I do agree. Let's see. I just saw some sort of timing. I don't know what that was. Wish I could go back to it, but it's too late. So a damaging tornado is on the ground in just south of Birmingham. So we got to keep an eye on that. That's going to move northeast. Really where they have that mesoscale discussion. So got to watch out if you're in that mesoscale discussion, because you're probably eventually going to hear those sirens coming off or going off later. Man, let's refresh. Still a confirmed tornado. It's alone right now. It's not. There's not multiple at once. But let's go back to it. So let's stop it. Obviously, you can tell where the tornado is. There's the supercell. There's your tornado. That's moving northeast. That's going to be impact is south of Hoover, just south of Hoover on I-65. Pelham, Indian Springs Village, Alabaster. There's that is going to be your main concern, I guess. Goodness gracious. See if I can go over here. Excuse me, I'm trying to make this a little bigger for me. I don't want to do studio mode. I'm just going to test it. Hold up. Studio. Alright. Let me work on a couple things right here. I'm going to, if y'all have any questions or something y'all can ask. PDS tornado warning, I am very aware. That's going speed. At this point, storms go rotate, and a lot of things are getting domed. What? Oh, there realized it. A lot of the storms are starting, but there's a storm to the south of Birmingham that's causing trouble. I'm aware of that. Let's put it. Like, yeah, like I take that in the middle of the, sorry. 16 concurrent viewers watching. Hello, everybody. That tornado is going to be quick, it looks like. Yeah, very quick tornado. 75 mile per hour is the top speed that these things could go. So that is one thing. See if I can piece this together over here. I was going to see, there's a studio mode on OBS. I was going to see if it was possible for me to see or just get the preview, but I don't really think that there is. What does this do? What the? Okay. Whatever. I'll get out of studio mode. That's the best I'm probably gonna be able to do. But anyways, yeah, there's your tornado moving northeast. It is going to probably impact Indian Springs Village and I-20 right here. Basically Hoover down to about the radar. So that's where the warning is. If you're somehow listening anywhere in that warning, then of course take your safe place. Save. Let's move out of here. They do have a tornado warning. This one is interesting enough. It is in the enhanced risk. It's on a weird looking supercell anyways, but it's flying. It's going to move to the northeast, obviously. That's on that line that kind of formed. That's what I was talking about earlier. Still watching those, this one, and any of these. Yeah. So you do have a severe thunderstorm warning with the storm up here that we talked about earlier, and actually, no, you don't. Never mind. It got canceled, expired. So this one might have weakened a bit. It probably weakened because this is taking up a lot of energy. That's what it seems like that might be happening. A rain shield might be developing right in here for, I guess, really just this entire zone. Because, I mean, I don't know. I've seen this happen too many times. I do think that this convection, this formation right here could eventually be a lifesaver. So that's going to probably keep on trucking this way. And I know you got a lot of clear spaces right here, but if you don't have, if you do not have a, you know, if you just say that, hey, you know, oh, the rain shield's gonna save us, woohoo. If you just say that, I think it was Jason Simpson yesterday that said if you're about to get hit by a bus, yeah, they could stop, they could hit the brakes, but you can't count on that. You just gotta do what you can, get out of the way. They're still saying, you know, you still have cells initiating up here, but they're not supercellular quite yet. So you go up to be a weatherman. Me too. The warning just expanded. Oh, that was from earlier. Yeah, this mass could really save us a bit. Didn't really form into a supercell, really. It just kind of tapped in, got too excited, erupted, and that could block us from getting too much, which is good. Let's look at Twitter. Tornado warning continues for Hoover, Vestavia Hills, Alabaster, and observed tornado. Might have lost some of its power. It's right here, obviously, south of Birmingham. I'm going to move to the south of Birmingham. They have continued the tornado warning. It is a confirmed tornado, but they removed that, you know, life-threatening kind of deal. So let's see. Goodness gracious. Probability of 2 or more tornadoes. This is from the SBC. Probability of 2 or more tornadoes, high, 95%. Probability of 1 or more strong, EF2 or EF5 tornadoes, also high, 95%. This is a textbook supercell right there. Of course, a bunch of weather geeks are looking at that thing and being like, whoa. Let's see. Let's see his update.
Southeast. Now, this is one of those views that we're going to probably be using a lot today to watch these thunderstorms across North Alabama and then spin the camera around into southern Tennessee, too. Let's go over to Alex.
He's giving a weather update. This is what we do sometimes with noodle weather and stuff. I know I'm not a meteorologist, so I like to listen to others.
That's moving into Shelby County now. It's taking a little bit of a leftward jog. So I still think Alabaster, Pelham, extending north, and really all the way into parts of far eastern and southeastern Jefferson County. You need to be in a safe place. But this is going to make its way towards Helena, over towards the Oak Mountain Amphitheater at this point. If you're watching there, extending all the way down south to Alabaster, all the way down really close to where the National Weather Service office is.
Talking about
County, near Calera. But the tornado is right now crossing out of Bibb County into far northwestern Shelby County. and we still believe that's on the ground. We've still got a debris signature on this. That debris is right here. So that is debris being lofted by a tornado. All signs point to this being a stronger tornado at this point.
It's talking about.
We still want you to take this very seriously. If you've got friends,
turn that down a little bit.
That's to the south of Birmingham right now. Just got a comment from Fort Payne. Same guy that was there on the last stream. Last time, obviously, you had a tornado warning around, I think it was 9 or 10 o'clock at night. Maybe, I don't really recall too well. But this is a different story. You were in an enhanced risk last week. That was level 3 out of 5. This is a little different. This is 5 out of 5. This is a high risk. This is a particularly dangerous situation. The tornado watch will probably go until about 8 o'clock. So I'll go with that. I'd say from anywhere from right now to around 8 o'clock, that's probably going to be your main time frame for, obviously, for the tornado severe weather. I would say actually probably around 2 o'clock is when things are really going to start to ramp up here if they do. Just because of these cells right here, if these things can get fired up, which actually now they're looking a little bit bigger. Let me see. On here, they're becoming a little bit more discrete in nature. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 that I'm going to watch down there. This one now is starting to look like it's starting to do its own thing. It might slow down a bit. If these things can get going by themselves, that's the thing that you have to worry about. But they are in a very favorable environment. Jason's back on. Let me hear him.
Now, the difference between a watch and a warning is this. Everybody's under a watch right now in north and central Alabama and in parts of southern Tennessee, too. Winchester, Fayetteville, up into Lynchburg, Moore County, Pulaski, Lawrenceburg, Waynesboro, under the tornado watch until 8 o'clock this evening. A warning is county specific, like what we were just talking about for Shelby and Jefferson counties. That's where one storm is creating trouble right now, and there are a lot more storms down to our southwest that we're keeping an eye on. And some of these in North Alabama, in Winston County and Coleman County, we're watching the lightning here in the Coleman area, watching a few lightning strikes there in Winston County. Neither of these storms is, quote, severe at the moment. But they do have some signs of rotation showing up in them. We can look at the velocity, just a little hint of some spin in the air. It's not a very tight, dangerous look to the storm just yet, except for the lightning. That's pretty dangerous. And the extremely heavy rain that we've got. Shear rate, not really showing that much right now, but there's a tiny bit of rotation in some of the showers that we're noticing over Coleman and Winston counties. Those would be tracking toward the northeast, just like the ones we're watching in the Birmingham area, at close to 40 miles per hour through the afternoon and evening. So a storm that's near Coleman right now is going to move something like this, right around 40 miles per hour. That would get it close to the Arab area, close near the top of the hour. About 45 minutes from now, about 1:57, Morgan City would be a little closer to 2 o'clock. Not a severe storm, just a heavy batch of rain and lightning, and in the environment that we have, it's borderline at the moment. We think it's going to become much more explosive throughout the afternoon and evening. Let's go back down to the Birmingham area. We'll look in at the storm that's coming through the Shelby County, Jefferson County zone.
Okay, so right now he's talking about the Birmingham one. He basically says that no matter what, I guess I've seen this too much. No, but I'm not talking, so I'm fine. Okay, so this might be less of a problem than I anticipate. I guess I've seen this too much. Of course, I hear from the big guys, the people that understand. I might be too worried about that or being put too much on that. Right now, you still have scattered potential supercells. Could eventually be supercells, and you still got to watch that. You also have, of course, this baby right here south of Birmingham. And that is tracking to the northeast. Let's look at the, I guess I'll look at the mesoscale features, see if it's moved any north at all. Let's go to surface base Cape, if it would load. Well, okay, it would load, it just wasn't wanting to. Okay, so you're now having Cape values really surge into Lauderdale County. You have 1,000 joules per kilogram right now in Muscle Shoals. So right now the atmosphere is extremely buoyant right there, and it's ready to potentially have some rough weather. Let's see, is that 1,000 joules? That's about okay. In the next 2 hours, things could get dicey. But still gonna watch. That's that cell that was down here that had that severe thunderstorm warning. Still want to watch that. Also, these eventually, and this one's now showing a little bit more. So I'll check this one out. Let's see what Jason's saying. Okay, he's still on about the Birmingham one. Let's go back to oh goodness gracious, the high risk today. By the way, around the same goodness gracious, it's a big high risk. The high risk last week was from about right there, I think, over the ground around there. But it only went like that, so it really wasn't that big. This one is massive. Stretches all the way into Tennessee and Mississippi and Alabama. Mostly in Alabama today. This high risk is. This is the second high risk in, I guess, 8 days. So, goodness gracious, who would have thought, right? This is a crazy situation. Let's look back at the positioning of that low pressure. The low pressure system itself is this is fairly early in the day. You also have to think about that. It's about to rapidly deepen. The surface low is about right there. It's not that powerful right now, but it is about to explode in strength, and that's going to fly northeast, and you're going to have, once that pulls ahead, you're going to have a crazy environment here with the potential of some tornadoes. So, you have to take this seriously. Again, that's going to fly northeast. The warm front's probably going to get all the way up into like right there. And then that will obviously lead to a favorable environment for tornadic supercells. Let's see back. They're still on about the tornado down there in southern Birmingham. They think it might have lifted a little bit, which is a thing that could have happened. Let's look back on this one. This is the one in Mississippi that I keep on giving attention to, despite it not really being a real threat, not any real indication of circulation. Let's see, back over here. Have some, like Jason said, you do have some light signs of rotation. Not anything major right now. But it is still all something to watch. The conditions are there for, obviously, there to be some violent thunderstorms today. And this is in a very favorable environment. I'm really surprised that these things haven't taken off yet. That's why I want to watch them so bad, because I really do feel like it could explode here in a second. Let's see.
Any sort of really significant damage? We've heard some reports of trees being knocked down.
This is back. Put the microphone kind of closer back to WHNT. Just kind of getting the latest from Birmingham.
I haven't seen much come across chat, Jason, but again, same thing. If you haven't called your friends or family towards Pelham, Helena, Alabaster, give them a call. Let them know this is on the way. And Jason, as you said, looking further out, back towards Indian Springs, Chelsea, and then potentially as far northwest as Leeds, depending on how this storm moves. Leeds technically in this tornado warning. Vestavia Hills, Greystone is in this tornado warning.
Vestavia Hills
is in this tornado warning. We want you in your safe place, just in case. This warning extends all the way up to the far southeastern corner of Birmingham, and then back through Shelby County. So if you're watching us in the stream in those locations, we want you to get in your tornado safe place because this is a dangerous situation.
Okay, we're gonna go south on that one. So they're focusing a lot on there. Basically, my question here: will this play a factor? Have our, what is the atmospheric situation? I do think it. Now, what's really happened is there's like a wedge kind of right in through there. Let's check on the dew points. Okay, here we go. Hold on.
Severe right now, but I've turned on the radar from Columbus, Mississippi, so you can see 1, 2, 3 storms out there in North Mississippi that are starting to gather some characteristics. This environment that we're in that could start to look a little something like that supercell that's down in Shelby County. Got a few severe thunderstorms south of the Columbus area, 1 tornado warning southwest of Meridian, Mississippi, and all this is moving toward the northeast. Right now, the only area of concern within the state of Alabama is for that tornado warning that is Shelby and Jefferson counties in central Alabama. Here in the northern part of the state, it's mainly just a lot of heavy rain and thunder and lightning. And we have had a lot of flash flooding around here. I'm going to step over and turn the flash flood warnings on so that you can see where we are.
Oh yeah, we got those.
Progress here over northeast Alabama. All those green boxes, we've got flash flooding occurring in a large area of northeast Alabama. And throughout the afternoon, the situation may get a little better, and then more heavy rain could come in and aggravate it again. So there's a flash flood warning that's in effect for a large part of Jackson, most of Marshall County, a little southeastern edge of Morgan County, and DeKalb County until 1.
Talking about the flood warnings or the flash flood warnings up here, northeast Alabama.
County until 4:45. That's also for Cherokee County, and the warning that was in effect in Coleman County has expired. To our knowledge right now, Interstate 65 is now passable through Coleman, but with another downpour coming up downtown Coleman northward, more heavy rain is starting to pile up right there around exit 308, which is right there on Highway 278. So you got this big storm sitting right over Coleman right now. Let's look at the velocity on that. A little bit of rotation showing up here, but it's not alarming. We would expect most even showers to have some level of rotation with them today. Storm relative velocity, don't see a lot. Maybe it shows up just a tad better here close to Logan with that storm relative, and that would be in the position that you would expect it. So what we have right here is one large thunderstorm that's not severe at the moment, that has quite a bit of lightning here around Vinemont, North Coleman, over toward Simcoe in the eastern part of Coleman County. That's Highway 69. That's essentially where we had that tornado last Wednesday, right there between Simcoe and Fairview. So we'll keep an eye on this. Conditions around Coleman are a little bit more unstable than they are closer to Huntsville and Decatur, but we're all getting to that point where you can almost feel what's coming this afternoon with the kind of energy in the atmosphere that's developing. We'll also take a look over here in Winston County. We're using high top, but I want to switch over to Columbus and get a look at the velocity here. That looks pretty flat. No significant rotation showing up here in Winston or in Coleman counties based on what we see right now from either of our radar sites, but we'll keep an eye on the storms out to the west because lightning output beginning to increase here close to Tupelo over in Lee County, Mississippi. See Verona, that's Highway 45 south of Tupelo. So that's a spot we'll watch, and as that tracks to the northeast, it could be affecting parts of Franklin County or Colbert County within the next hour to 2 hours. So as it stands, we've got this tornado watch that's in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. It could be as late as 3 o'clock before we have any significant severe weather happening over North Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. So that's a situation that we will obviously keep you posted on. That's the reason that we're here, and the reason we're live streaming instead of covering up programming is because the only tornadoes in Alabama right now are far down to the south. And
okay. I'll put that away for now. So that is good. A mesoscale discussion was just released. Okay, so new mesoscale discussion. I'm sure that this will pop up in the next couple of seconds. This doesn't include Limestone County yet, but this is one of those things where it's to our west. So whatever moves to whatever comes from the west goes east. So it does include parts of Limestone County, Clements and stuff, so technically, but I'm sure when they put up the circle up here on radar scope that it's not going to really include Limestone County, but you do get it. Storms expected to become better organized the next few hours with the tornado threat increasing. Basically, the reason that that's happening is that the low pressure system, which is the main engine for this storm, is going to become stronger and could become more intense. So these things are going to become more well organized, especially with these. I do expect these to become more organized right here. Don't really know about this. This might do its own thing, might become its own supercell. But I think at this point, that's not really something to think that... I don't think that it will be that much of an issue. Let's see. I will scroll down, see what we got here. Let's see. Scroll out, look at the big picture. North Alabama. Okay, so I do think that a storm north of Coleman could do something. That, for some reason, the Coleman County loves to spin up tornadoes right there. You also have another one, another potential could become something just to the west. All those are tracking northeast. If those did become severe and become an issue, then that would probably in fact impact places like Huntsville and more towards Jackson County. Let's look. Let's go back out here a little bit more. You have that thing south of Tupelo. That's the one that I've been watching here for a while. That's the one that I have a bad feeling about. That one's going to track to the northeast and would eventually impact northwest Alabama if it does get its act together, which the SPC does say that it will. So, yeah, okay, a new tornado warning is now in effect. This is the second one. This is for the supercell that I said could put its act together. So here we go. This would eventually impact. It'll be tracking northeast. It will pass to the north of Tuscaloosa. So Tuscaloosa's dodging bullets today, like they always are. That will move to the northeast. If this is long track, this would eventually impact places like Coleman. But it is hard to say whether or not that will be the case. And also a deciding factor on the history of this thunderstorm is what's going to happen on the back end of this thunderstorm. If this kind of stays the same and doesn't fizzle out, then that could be a more dominating thunderstorm. Let's look at the reflectivity. What's the best one to use here? Oh, I guess that doesn't matter. I guess the closest one here is going to be Columbus. So this is moving towards Memphis, Alabama. Who would have thought that we had a Memphis, Alabama? I would. So Memphis, Alabama. You have Pickensville, McMullen, Aliceville, and Carrollton that are in this tornado warning. That's going to be moving due northeast, very, very northeast. The northern direction of these storms is kind of impressive to me. These things are going to be flying, so this thing's going to be going around 60 miles per hour northeast. So Pickensville, Memphis, McMullen, Aliceville, you've got to take this one seriously. This will probably, in fact, impact places like Reform, Gordo, Tuscaloosa, no, north of Tuscaloosa, not Tuscaloosa, just to the north of it, northern Tuscaloosa County. Let's look at those lightning strikes. So that you could have another circulation forming, maybe potentially. Oh man, look at that. Okay, so let's see. I'm just testing out things on here. Let's see here. That is a very strong tornadic signature. Notice that once that thing started circulating, it was instantly, look at that. That is a very, very impressive tornado signature. That's going to move to the northeast, maybe just to the south of Memphis. But if you're in Memphis somehow watching, you got to be in your safe place. That's going to eventually impact Aliceville and McMullen. The reason I have to go back over here is I don't really see on the monitor I have over here. I can't really see it that well. I could move it closer, but I also don't. I tried to move the camera closer, and that was a disaster. Let's look back at the one now in Birmingham as well. This one not nearly as impressive. However, you can definitely see where it is. If there is a tornado on the ground right now, it will be passing I-20 south of Hoover. Let's look at the communities. This thing could be going through cycles, so don't necessarily count this baby out yet. Indian Springs Village, it's going to go kind of right through there. So if you're watching anywhere near Meadowbrook, Lake Purdy, Indian Springs Village, and maybe north of Chelsea, you need to be in your safe place immediately. If you hear the sirens, which means that it's in your county, that doesn't necessarily mean you have to go into a safe place, so you probably shouldn't pay attention to sirens. If you are in this polygon, which I'm going to call out, I'm going to call them out right now. So this does include the southeastern region of Jefferson County. Leeds is in this. Lake Purdy, Vincent, Harpersville, Westover, Chelsea, Meadowbrook, Lake Purdy, and Indian Springs Village are all in this warning. Hoover, I would give you the all clear, especially downtown Hoover. If you're south of Hoover, not quite. But there is your circulation right there. That's going to move northeast. It's passing I-65. I get the interstates mixed up. I-65. It's crossing over probably right now with this new scan. Again, that's going to move to the northeast. No threat to the Tennessee Valley. This one is behind it. This is impacting a very similar region to where it was impacting last time. Notice that we switched over to this radar, and the last time that it had updated, it was a lot further away. Look how fast these storms are going. I mean, these things are just trucking. So another notification. The storm in Tupelo is one to watch. It's still producing a lot of lightning. Tupelo, Mississippi. I'm talking about this one right here. Let's see. Switch back over to the Columbus radar. Things bad unfolding, I would think. This one's trying to get its act together. It's holding on to probably some rotation right there, trying to pull it together into the main storm. Saw that a lot last week. Let's look at the velocity. Not anything really impressive. Storm relative mean velocity. Hey, maybe don't. Goodness gracious. Okay. Okay. All right. You do have that mass right there that's actually producing a supercell embedded within that mass that is moving northeast. That's going to impact probably northern Tuscaloosa County, Carrollton, Reform, Gordo, Aliceville, Memphis, Pickinsville. We've already gone over that. Your obvious circulation is going to be down here moving northeast. So if you're in Tuscaloosa, which I know some of the people watching might actually be in Tuscaloosa, then be in your safe place, obviously. This is an impressive signature. Let's pause it real quick. Obviously, there is your circulation. I drew a little swirl, obviously, where it was. That is going to be where your tornado is. Again, that's going to move way to the north of Tuscaloosa. If you're in the University of Alabama, then you... Goodness gracious. Abby did it. Okay. That's why I had the door closed. Goodness gracious alive. Second time this has happened.
The second time?
Second time this has happened. Yeah. Happened right off the bat. Sorry about that. It is what it is. This would happen. It is a Harrison string anyways. It's gonna do it again. I got it. repositioned like it was. Let's be wider. There you go. Okay. Alright. Nobody touch anything. The cat. Don't let the cat in. Jeez Louise. Okay. Alright, seriously. This is like my thing. Let's not. Okay, yeah, it's a mess right now. Still watching that thing in Tupelo. It's in an environment where, okay, here's the mesoscale discussion. That popped up. I was talking about that earlier. I was going to read that. If it would let me. Goodness gracious. I'll just go to the source. I'm gonna go to the SBC, read what they got on that mesoscale discussion. Concerning Tornado Watch 50, storms are expected to intensify throughout the afternoon, with several tornadic supercells possible, including the threat of strong tornadoes. Aerial coverage of thunderstorms has increased over the past 2 hours across central and into eastern Mississippi, where a very moist and unstable air mass exists. Low-level winds have veered in the wake of the warm advection storms to the northeast, which has temporarily reduced SRH and made for straight hotographs. Indeed, a few storms have become left movers recently with hail threat. However, SRH will increase again over the next several hours as the surface low develops to the northwest. This should result in an SRH gradient over eastern Mississippi and favorable parameters space for strong tornadoes. Current thinking is a few cells may consolidate into supercells out of the larger area of storms. Additional storms are expected to form along the front near the Mississippi River as well. Strong southwest winds aloft will bring all storms into an environment favorable for tornadoes. So basically what they're saying is that yes, you're going to have to get out of it. Basically, this mass, it's doing something. Like I said earlier, it's somewhat of a rain shield. However, it's not as much of a rain shield because you still have numbers, all the way back to the Mississippi River. So that's just going to take forever to get out of here anyways. So temporarily around this area, you're not going to see as much of an impact. However, the atmosphere will recover fairly quickly. The reason it is because what we talked about earlier, the low pressure, which is probably right about here right now, is strengthening rapidly and going to fly northeast. And as it does, there's going to be several chances for tornadic supercells to form. And they do expect, say it's around the Mississippi River, where they think storms would form. They're saying that some of these would consolidate and could consolidate into supercells. They're saying that within that mass, there could be more. Hold on. Let's see a little problem here. Goodness gracious. But basically, these could all turn into their own storms. Like this one right here, that one could. I see kind of a kidney bean shape on that one. Yeah, so you have one possible circulation in here. You'll have a couple, maybe, attempts for circulation somewhere in there. It actually looks like we have another rotation that could be forming here, actually going into reform. Let's see what that is about. Yeah, it looks like you have maybe another one Looks like you could have another supercell trying to form on the northern end of that one. So you could have like a double whammy moving northeast. Let's see if it continued that trend on this one. Yeah, it's still looking like there could be another rotation in there. So that one would move northeast to reform north of Gordo. So I guess that's what they're talking about. They got that right. Multiple supercells could form in that mass, and that looks like that's what's happening right there and up there. So yeah. Just for now, you have only 2 tornado warnings in the state of Alabama, and they're over the central part of the state, which makes sense. So any development right here as it moves into North Alabama will go into a favorable environment and could eventually ignite into supercells. And we're definitely have to watch this. This is turning into, it's having the characteristics, or it's starting the characteristics of what could eventually be a supercell. Not really seeing anything right now on the maybe circulation in there, but I mean, I know that any of these things could rotate. I've seen today with my own eyes that the sky is spinning. Let's look back at these in North Alabama. Not really anything going right there. Let's see if Jason has anything to say at the moment. Let's go back to Twitter. See. We'll go back. Still got the high risk up. I think it's every 3 hours that they update that? Or no, 6 hours. It's every 6 hours that they update the day one. See, large tornado on Brandon Kopic's live stream. Yeah, so that is south of Birmingham. That is what we were looking at. So it's now past Birmingham. Okay, that's classic if I've ever seen it. I don't even have to show you the base velocity on that. That is perfect. So Indian Springs Village might have gotten hit. Leeds, you're next. So if you're in Leeds, you have to be in your safe place. That is a debris ball. That is a tornado lofting debris into the atmosphere, and that is definitely a debris ball. That's moving northeast. That could just be the south of Leeds, but if you're in Leeds, you have to take this thing seriously. Could jog a little bit to the north, especially if it keeps on going through cycles. A new tornado warning will be needed for I guess Pell City, Moody, to Odenville, maybe Raglan. So that's going to keep on moving northeast, and we still got a lot to go. A lot to go. It looks like one of the things that we could watch are these, or like, okay, you split that in half, you look at the bottom. These maybe, because this one tried to form. I don't know what it's doing right there, but that looked like it was trying to form some rotation. This has become more of its own thing, supercell down here. That's what I was thinking might happen. This might get absorbed into there, and if these can ignite, then any of these can ignite, and that'll move northeast. Let me check the mesoscale, see what's going on there. I don't think it's been updated. Look at we'll look at, let's see, surface observations, dew points. I think, yeah, that's old. This is old stuff. I don't know about that. Showing dew points 70, what was it? Around 70 degrees and 60, was it 68? 68, 66. So we're about 68, 66 degrees in terms of dew points right now, which makes sense. That means that those Cape values are trying to rise. And those dew points will only continue to rise. So, yeah. Let's look at the Cape right now. I guess that's probably not a good idea to look at that. Mixed layer Cape. I don't think that's really what we're supposed to be looking at. They have not updated the Cape in a minute. But I think that they will soon. It's still very favorable environment for a long time. We just stay in it. Still gotta watch that sucker. It's looking like it's trying its best. I mean, it's alone. It's out there. It's in its own little. It's in an environment where you could eventually spark up a tornado, but it's I don't know. Obviously, if you're in the high risk, you're in a great opportunity for one. Okay, so here's the new tornado warning. So if you're in any of the following locations, because if you've been paying attention, this supercell has gone a very long way, and that's what you kind of expect to have these kind of days. You have the communities in this tornado warning: Moody, Odenville, Pell City, Lincoln, Ragland, Asheville, Alabama. I-2059, it's for that. I think it should be, it will go on, I'm trying to see the roads. It's hard to see the roads with all this stuff. It might have already passed to the north of the highway. But obviously there's your tornado right there. That's going to move to the northeast could impact Leeds, could have a direct hit on Leeds. It's moving that way. You're going to have Moody, Pell City. That's definitely, it's going to come in between those two. It's probably going to pass right through there. So Pell City, especially, I would get safe. And so, same thing for Moody. Looks like you could have two possible forms of rotation here. You have maybe one little spin here and definitely a spin down there. That's the correlation coefficient. See if we can see any debris being thrown aloft. You definitely, I think you can. Is that? Might be. Well, I don't think you need that, because really, the debris being thrown aloft is obvious. There is your debris ball. That is a debris ball. You haven't seen that in a long time here in Alabama. That is moving northeast, and that will keep on going. They probably need to adjust this mesoscale discussion because it's going on a more northeasterly track now. Well, then again, it's only a mesoscale discussion, so it don't really matter. What?
What's a debris ball?
What's a debris ball? Okay, hold on. A debris ball, in this case, well, in any case, with a supercell or anything like that, you have the main supercell, you have the curl, you have the hook. This part of it, when it balls up like this and it looks like there's heavy rain on the back of it, usually that's not. Usually that is debris being thrown aloft into the atmosphere by the tornado, thrown thousands of feet into the air and getting picked up by the radar. So that is a tornado on the ground. The debris ball actually just got a little bit stronger. So the tornado is right there in the middle, and the debris is being lofted up. That's the debris ball caught by the radar, and that is a confirmed tornado on the ground, just obviously by radar, and that is moving northeast. How do you know it's a debris ball? Because usually, well, I mean, yeah, by the way it looks, but that's textbook. You could, it's rare to have so much packed into that little ball and it not be debris. So, because there's a closer look. It's purple, so that'd be like hail on the back end, which doesn't make any sense. So that would be, that'd be definitely debris. Let's look over back here. at this more covered in rain system, or this. It's the circulation on this one is not as impressive. However, it still could be down on the ground because it's still tight, but it's just linear. McMullen, it's right on top of you. If you're somehow watching, then you're gonna have to pay attention to that. It's moving northeast. It's gonna eventually hit Carrollton, so have to keep a close eye on that one for eventually places like Coleman County. Still watching the storm in Columbus despite its linear look, well, north of the Columbus radar now. Man, you have a tornado warning in northern South Carolina. How about that? Okay, let's look back at Jason's live stream.
This mountain is free. Listen to that roar. This is a violent tornado.
Yeah, that is south of Birmingham, and apparently James Spann asked parts of his studio to go take shelter. That's crazy. But that is a confirmed wedge tornado on the ground. That one's going to be probably in Alabama history. That's going to be moving northeast. That one's a big one. It happened earlier in this outbreak. Man, that is a powerful storm.
That's in Birmingham.
Yeah, South Birmingham. Debris being thrown everywhere down there. That's the kind of stuff that you could potentially have today here. So, let's keep on watching. Check out Way 31's thoughts on this. Thursday, severe threat. This is 5 minutes ago. No, they're live. Goodness, their graphics are terrible. I know I can't say anything, but goodness gracious,
Here to let you know not just what's happening in North Alabama. The reason why, typically we don't really talk much about other spots. We really like to stay hyper-local when it comes.
Keep that down right now until they actually start talking about North Alabama. Right here. Okay, thank you.
Can I be your guy in the chair?
Guy in the chair. I totally would like that if you knew what you were doing. The supercell right here is moving northeast. That is a violent, damaging tornado on the ground. Long track, violent. Obviously the kind of stuff you could have today. There's another supercell moving northeast that still has circulation on it, but it's still not as big time as it could be. And then of course you have this one that I've been watching for a while, but it really does seem like it's thinning out and losing those supercell characteristics. It is still possible that it could become supercellular. However, I'm not really feeling it. So for now, I think we're okay. They're talking about North Alabama. Hold on.
On the Way 31 storm tracker early morning radar network. We'll see that most of the activity for us is from Decatur over to Madison. My main concern is once the rest of this rain moves out of here, how much daylight we've got left, how much instability we're going to have left before we see these storms really start to fire. All of this is going to come to an end later tonight when a cold front comes through. That's going to close our severe window from about 9 to 11 west to east. Those storms are going to move through with the passage of the cold front. So let's go ahead and see if we can get to a slightly closer view of what's happening here all through where some of that heavier rain is falling. Let me get you a closer view around our Decatur radar because that's where I'm hearing rain up here on Montesano. And we're right between. We get radar data, good data from both Gunnersville and Decatur's kind of splitting the difference there. So
yeah, this is becoming a huge factor. This mass right here is becoming sort of a rain shield a little bit. I thought that was possible. It's definitely a thing that could happen, but
Actually have a little bit of good news, Kate. There is some damage, unfortunately.
unfortunately, but in Helena, which I believe is a southern suburb of Birmingham, no injuries so
Okay.
far. So fingers
Okay.
crossed it stays that way, but unfortunately we do have some damage, it looks like.
Damage
So-
south of Birmingham,
and this tornado
but there is no injuries yet.
Great, thank you, Carson. Helena, yes, okay.
And also, Kate, they're just mentioning that Pickens County circulation is starting to tighten up again.
Okay.
So
And that's the tornado that's closest to the state line there.
Correct.
Off to the west there.
Yep.
It's going to be very close to just northwest of Northport. You know, I was showing you a few minutes ago. You've been watching us for a while here. And if you haven't been watching us for a while, I'm getting ready for another cut in here in just the next couple of minutes. But here's you a closer view of that heavier rain that's set up here just south of Decatur. I'll go through the live cameras in just a bit once we get through this cut in. So if I fail to do that, Carson and Rob, remind me to do that when we get back into our Facebook Live.
They're on the string. I'm just trying to get
But
information
for
right now.
me,
So
I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to go into setting up those graphics for the cut in so all of that's clean on air, and I'll be right back into the Facebook Live. You'll still see me and everything, but I'm going to take a second here.
okay, I'm gonna go to Jason Simpson. Well, actually, I guess it might be WHNC News 19. Whoa. See. Okay. Sounding at UAH. Okay, so this is sounding in Huntsville. Sounding at UAH shows exceptionally strong winds supportive of rotating storms, but still north of the warm fronts. This is 2 minutes ago. Storms will remain elevated north of the Tennessee River for a few more hours, with winds and hail being the main threat until mid-afternoon. So the timetable is now going to look more like 3 or 4 or 5. So that is that's good news for now. Yeah, that is good. They have a forecast discussion, so this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be a big one. So 155. Okay. Near term, discussing tonight. So I'm going to read you this. This is the discussion from the National Weather Service, issued at 1:55 p.m. Central. So this is going to be completely up to date. Tell us what's going on. Real quick, we are still in a high risk for tornadoes and severe thunderstorms. You have a violent tornado on the ground right now. Now looking more like eastern Alabama. You have another tornado that's apparently, or rotation that's apparently starting to tighten up a bit. That's moving northeast. The National Weather Service did confirm that this will become more of a violent location. You do see more storms actually popping up right there that could move to the northeast. So this will become really crazy. Maybe. Let's look at what they say. Near term tonight, issued at 1:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Thursday, March 25th, 2021. A very dangerous, volatile weather situation continues to evolve across the mid-Tennessee Valley this Thursday afternoon. As a second stronger wave of thunderstorms develops and begins to spread northeast out of South Mississippi and west central Alabama. The warm front, which is helping to fuel this new convective development, is beginning to lift northward into North Alabama. Many of these thunderstorm cells are taking on more of a single cell structure, which can be very conducive to supercell development, which much of the region outlooked in a moderate/high probability for severe thunderstorms. These cellular storms will be capable of tornadoes, large hail, and damaging wind gusts through the afternoon period and into the first half of this evening. Given the increase in surface-based CAPE near 1,000 to 2,000 joules per kilogram, coupled with 0 to 1/3 kilometer SRH around 400, but that's just useless to say out loud. Value, okay, it just gives all these parameters. A few of these severe thunderstorms may produce violent, long-lived tornadoes. In addition to the severe weather threat, multiple waves of locally heavy rainfall in the same areas may also translate into a localized flash flooding threat, similar to some of the flooding from this morning. A flash flood watch remains in effect through 1 a.m. tonight. This is in addition to Tornado Watch 50 in effect for all of the local area through 8 p.m. this evening, which, by the way, is a PDS Tornado Watch, a particularly dangerous situation. Those things are rare. This is, again, a very dangerous situation for this afternoon into this evening. Have a severe weather plan in place and know what to do should a warning... let's see. Okay, but I lost my place. I'll just read it from the top. This is, again, a very dangerous situation for this afternoon into this evening. Have a severe weather plan in place and know what to do should a warning be issued for your area. Lingering showers and thunderstorms should then begin to taper off from the west heading into the overnight hours following the passage of an oncoming cold front. In addition to the convective watches, a wind advisory is also in effect through 1 a.m. for gusty south-southwest winds near 15 to 25 miles per hour with gusts to 40 miles per hour. These winds should also weaken with the frontal passage as overnight lows fall into the upper 40s near 50 for most spots. Short term, Friday through Saturday night. This is interesting. A brief, quiet period in the weather is then expected for the end of the work week as high pressure out of the plains states quickly builds into the region. This could translate in afternoon highs in the lower 70s Friday before temps drop into the lower 50s by early Saturday. The weather pattern then turns active again Saturday night as another storm system develops across the southern plains and Gulf Coast before lifting east-northeast. An attendant cold front will push through much of the region by Sunday morning with numerous showers and thunderstorms developing ahead of the cold front. Given the increase in buoyant energy along an increasing low-level jet, another wave of strong, marginally severe storms will be possible with this next storm system. So basically it's saying, hey, you know, we're going to have some storms over the weekend, long-term, Sunday through Wednesday. Rain chances will also return Tuesday and Wednesday as the SFC high moves each of the region and moisture spreads back into the area. So, basically they're saying, you know, nothing's changed. We're still on board and could still get bad. Tornado damage east of Pelham. Let's see, power lines are down. Nothing devastating. Yeah, down power lines. Nothing too bad. DeKalb County, something with a storm shelter. Oh, during last week's storms, a group in Henniger headed to their local storm shelter during a tornado warning and it was locked. That don't need to happen. Sorry. There we go. I would like to get in the National Weather Services chat. Let's check the instability. The instability, that's interesting. It looks like the instability, I guess I'll draw it out a little bit. It's definitely flung. You have 2,500 joules per kilogram all the way back here. That's very buoyant. And that's mainly where that is. I'm trying to get radar scope back up so I can kind of draw where that warm front is. Or I guess basically you have near to nothing. It's still on its way, but this is kind of dampering this. But you still, with this passing, that's obviously going to push out of there, and we would be in a very more favorable environment for, said severe weather. What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just reaching you.
Oh, okay, sorry. Did the warm air in Birmingham keep the storms south? It's not over. It is not anywhere near over. The warm air in Birmingham would have had nothing to do with it. If this, use this right now, I will go back. See, here's Birmingham. Here's just to the east of Birmingham. You have the supercell that produced a violent long track tornado. Obviously there's a tornado warning on it. Probably still doing the same, moving northeast. You also have another one down here in western Alabama, moving northeast. So obviously there is still a lot to go, but right now the main stuff is in central because of all this convection that kind of formed. Again, too much formed at once. It's now moved northeast, and it's going to continue to move northeast, and there's still going to be a lot of instability back here. So we are not anywhere close. This is not a bust. This is kind of part of it. I mean, you still have scattered storms forming about right in here, but that's going to continue to move to the northeast, and we'll be in a much more destabilized environment probably by 3, maybe a little bit after that. There's that cell that I was so worried about. It's now turning a lot more linear. It's looking like it could be trying a little bit right here to get some circulation going, and also get a note right there. Yeah, obviously it's trying something right here. And probably up here near Red Bay. It's trying to rotate. This storm is trying to rotate, but it does not have that supercell look because it's so linear. But it's definitely trying to rotate here. You have potential maybe start of rotation here in Fulton. That's moving to the northeast. That would eventually impact places like Lawrence and Colbert County. However, the likelihood of that coming together, especially that short term, is kind of low. But you can definitely see it. It's like, current up doing its thing. It's trying to rotate, and it's going to be hard for it to do so. Also, you can see that it's going to try to rotate anywhere down that line from Red Bay. If that can take some supercell characteristics, then it wouldn't take a lot for storms to form. Let's look back here. This is an example. Behind all this mess, which I'm starting to think that we'll never get another outbreak without a mess at this point. You have cell right there, that could both, they're alone right now. They could merge together, but both of those systems could definitely turn into supercells eventually. You have to watch all of these individual cells as we go on today. Becoming a lot more crowded. Let's see. Becoming increasingly more crowded along this, just this region right here. Still watching that one. Gotta watch that one closely. Let's go to the Weenies chat. Stop it. Whoops, I need to do that. Okay. Well, James Spann's house got hit by this tornado. So the very violent tornado has damaged James Spann's home. His wife is okay, but I mean, goodness gracious, how he goes on today is going to be crazy. I don't know how he's going to do it, but I mean, this cell right here did it. It's moving northeast. Looks like EF3. I mean, maybe Spann's house. The roof completely ripped off. The lowest floor looks fine, but maybe EF3 damage with that one. So you gotta take these things seriously. Major damage to James Spann's house. Goodness gracious alive. Goodness gracious alive. Okay. So here's your mass, and here we go. It's now looking like it's trying to pull its act together here. Come on, let's see what you got. It's starting to take more of a shape. Lightning is starting to increase a little bit here. Got to watch for potential rotation starting to develop here. That would be in Colbert County. That would move northeast. So here is your potential troublemaker. That would move northeast into Muscle Shoals. If it materializes. So I'll circle where, I'll go back to the basic reflectivity. I'll circle where there could be potential rotation starting. I'll say right there. And not really. You can definitely tell maybe south of that, but definitely going to have to keep an eye on that. And I know that the guys at the SBC or the National Weather Service in Huntsville are, because that thing has been alone. That thing's been alone for a long time. We've watched that thing track northeast for a while. Basically what's happened is that a lot of stuff formed at once, and boom, mass of convection. So the worst case scenario has not happened. So that is good. But you still have all of this room back here, and that could be an issue. So kind of just have to wait that out in terms of that. Let's look back at goodness gracious. James. So James Spann's house has been damaged. I'm going to check to see if he's still alive. He is.
On the damage that this thing has caused.
Wow.
And again, Hoover Police, they've got several officers going over toward Greystone. There's a lot of damage in Helena and Pelham. Just a lot of things going on here. So again, this is a tornado warning for St. Clair County in parts of Talladega County. And
bless his heart. He's still going. So James Spann, his home got damaged, and his wife is safe. That's terrible. The kind of day that this could be. It was this sucker right here that did it. It moved south of Birmingham. Definitely did go in the region of his house, and he's moving. That sucker's moving northeast. So, yeah, it's still going. It has now cleared the Birmingham metro, but it is still going. See if I can see anything up here. yet. I mean, you see little indentions where it's like maybe, but I don't know. You can't really see anything big time. Huh? Ask my mom. And then I don't know what to tell you. Goodness gracious. It's a long one. I don't know how long that spans. Not like it matters. But it is moving northeast, and I don't. Since it's so much to the north, I mean, you have crazy values all in here, but a lot is formed. A lot of rain is formed. A lot of convection, a lot of things formed at once, which I said was one of the potential hazards, or not hazards, one of the potential limiting factors. It would be refreshing to get some updates. Yeah, looking like EF3 damage. Eagle Point. Let's see. Whew. Goodness gracious, I want the latest. Sorry, Twitter's doing that thing where it's like, oh, you like this? And it's like, no, I want the latest. Showers and thunderstorms are moving across central, and this is from Huntsville. They'll move into the Tennessee Valley over the afternoon and evening. These storms may produce damaging wind, large hail, and tornadoes, some of which may be strong and long track. Please pay attention to all warnings. Their discussion said that there's still obvious. What? Jake, did you just ask my phone for the Wi-Fi password?
No, I didn't mean to.
Okay. Hold on. I gotta say no. Goodness. Okay. You're fine. You try to get on. What's the Wi-Fi password? Is that what you're gonna ask?
Windy Plum 67.
Windy Plum 758.
Which one is it?
Neck Year 60.
Just neck.
Neck Year 60.
Thank you.
Yeah, so right now we're kind of going into a standstill. But you know, all these storms fired at once, and that has actually created somewhat of a rain shield, and that the Cape values are everywhere in here. But right now, northeast Alabama into north central Alabama does not have those Cape values like you would want if you wanted severe weather, which is odd given we are in a high risk for severe thunderstorms. So let's see what we got. Let's look at WH and C. Well, I guess Jason. Yeah, large tornado on the ground. All that stuff. Let's go look at the WH&T live stream. I doubt Brad's on. Let's see what they got on the live stream. Or if they're saying anything, they might not be. Yeah, let's see what he's got. See what my man's saying. It's like, please play the video. It's like, no, I don't think I will. It's like, dude. Well, fine. So the WAFF live stream, see if they got anything going on there. I doubt they do, but everybody else is doing it. WHMT. Let's just try that link again. Okay. You still gotta watch these. There must be some boundary or line there that's making that happen. Goodness gracious, come on now.
Reports of damage that are coming in from central Alabama, namely the south part of the Birmingham metro. So lots of rain here, northwest of Birmingham. This is all lined up to come through Coleman and Morgan and Marshall counties. Same places that had the flooding last week. It's starting to look like we're going to have it again here along Brindley and Sand and Gunter Mountain, down through the Tennessee River Valley, up into Madison County, Jackson County too. So from Coleman to Decatur, to Huntsville, to Scottsboro, to Albertville, Guntersville, over to Fort Payne, Geraldine, and then up into places like Stevenson. Be on the lookout for rising water, because this tremendous batch of thunderstorms moving north is going to dump a lot of rain in pretty short order. I'll show you how much rain has fallen over the past few hours here. Let's go 6 hours. And just from the Birmingham radar alone, you can see that yellow stripe right there. That correlates to more than 2 inches. What's going on here in Walker and Marion and Fayette counties? We're around 1 inch of rain in the last 6 hours. You can see the track of our tornadic storm coming right up through Jefferson and Shelby counties. And there you see the new tornado warning that was just issued for Calhoun County. So if you have a student at Jacksonville State University, this is a call to action. The folks around Jacksonville State need to be in a safe place right now. Same thing around Anniston, Alexandria, Weaver, Sacs, Ohatchee, all of northern and central Calhoun.
I'll go into that real quick. Hold on.
From right around the Anniston City Cemetery northward. That's roughly where that the southernmost part of that polygon is. Actually, it may just be right about Sacs Baptist Church. So from Sacs Baptist Church northward, up Highway 431.
Okay, so it'll have it in the background, but you have Piedmont up here and you have Jacksonville State University. The likelihood of anybody watching this is low, so I'm going to just be playing honest with you. There's your tornado. It's going to move northeast into the direction of Jacksonville State. It was actually, I guess 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, that it was March 19th, 2018, that had that tornado in Jacksonville State. But that's moving northeast into that direction, so you have to pay attention to it. If you know anybody down there, of course, call them. I used to know people in Piedmont. My grandparents used to live in Piedmont, but they do not anymore. So, but I do know Piedmont pretty well. See what they're doing here.
In Collinsville, but we've got all this to the west that we've got to keep an eye on. And we'll just check out these numbers here in Walker County. Potential is there for some small hail up to a ½ inch in diameter. BTI 1.6, and those are some of the times of arrival. Helican about 247. Brushy Pond in Cullman County around 249. Addison at about 252. Let's turn the lightning back on so that you can get a perspective on where these storms are most electric. And boy, the lightning's just all over the place in Cullman and moving into Marshall and Morgan County, and then up through the south part of the Huntsville, Decatur area. So we've got just huge amounts of heavy rain, thunderstorms, a lot of lightning, limited severe weather potential right now here in North Alabama and southern Tennessee. But as the storms keep coming later today, we are more and more confident that some of them are going to be severe, with the ability to potentially produce tornadoes and very high wind gusts. Well, here's a look downtown Huntsville, where we've got the storms moving north into the view. East-southeast wind at 10 miles per hour, dew point at 64. It's been windy. It's been muggy and humid all day long, and it's only getting more and more humid throughout the rest of the evening as this batch of thunderstorms down to the south is moving northbound. Let's check out Tuscumbia. Tuscumbia has not had quite as much rain so far today, but even there, we're 71 with a dew point at 64. And look down to the south. That's that storm that's in Franklin and Colbert counties that's moving north. So that's going to be a pretty good view right there to keep track of as we watch that storm come up over the ridges in Colbert
71
County
at Tuscumbia.
and move right toward Tuscumbia, Sheffield, and Muscle Shoals. Go ahead, Alex.
That dew point's come up there too.
It has.
64.
It has, 64. You can see that's the Dollar General on the south side of downtown Tuscumbia. It's kind of the northwest side of Spring Park. So Highway 72 is back down in that way, and then you see the ridges down here in that line of higher terrain that includes communities like Colbert Heights and Mount Hester. And then way on down below that, the Coondog Cemetery area. And then over on the right-hand side of the screen, you're looking out toward Allsboro and over toward the Hoover Stone Quarry and communities like that. Not all the way out there just yet with this view, but you're getting at least a pretty wide panorama of what it looks like from Tuscumbia southwest right now. And the storms that are in that area are electric. They have a tremendous amount of rain and lightning with them, but they are not severe at the moment. By the way, severe means that it has winds of 58 miles per hour or higher, a tornado, or very, very large hail. And as of yet, we don't see any threat of a tornado there. Let's check the hail swath. Maybe a little bit of small hail when this thing was over northeast Mississippi, and now it may have lost that just a bit. Look down to the south, we can see a little bit of hail potential there in parts of Marion County, Winston County. The storm that is over here around Pell City, that one has probably had quite a bit of hail with it in the last couple of hours as it has moved to the east. Let's check out the shear rate on that storm right now. By the way, it's moving out of Pell City, so if you know somebody in Pell City who was in their safe place, they can come out. But the threat of severe weather down here in St. Clair County is not over. You've got a storm with a BTI now up to 6.9. Look at that, Alex. It has ramped up again. Headed right through the Ragland, Ohatchee area, Jacksonville, out here around the Janney Furnace off Highway 144, which 144 connects Ragland to Alexandria. And Alexandria is a little bit north of Weaver. So Alexandria is going to be right there. So you go Ragland, Ohatchee, Alexandria on Highway 144. Alexandria High School is right about there. So that tornado is going to come very close to Ohatchee and Alexandria. The community of Sachs.
I'll go back down a little bit here. So basically, just kind of like last week, I guess initially here, you do have a big, massive rain that's moving northeast and will probably continue to move northeast and will eventually get out of the area. However, it's going to take a minute because, I mean, this sucker, I've been watching this the whole time. What's interesting is that it's been in an environment where it should have been rotating, and it was severe, I guess, for a little bit, but it lost it. A lot of the problem is that it's so linear, but...
At about 3:15 for the Jacksonville area. Farther northwest, we've got our intense thunderstorms. I call them intense, they're not severe. They're just really, really heavy over Coleman. And now Morgan and Marshall, Blunt, Walker, Winston, Marion, Lawrence County, Franklin County, up into Colbert County, lots and lots of rain, but limited amount of wind here, and that's a positive thing. If we can escape this with most of the nasty stuff being down to the south, of course we don't want it to happen to anyone, but if we can escape up this way, we'll take that any day when things look the way that they do outside and on satellite imagery in particular. So this is a huge batch of heavy rainfall. I would say for the next hour to hour and a half, our biggest threat here in North Alabama is probably going to come from flash flooding. So be alert in Huntsville, in Morgan County. The ground is still saturated. We had 5 to 7 inches of rain last week, and we're starting to add up to that again here in this 24-hour span. So be aware that in southeast Morgan County around the Cateco Creek area, the Flint Creek area that flooded so badly last Wednesday, you may be in the same boat. Parts of Jackson County, we've seen flooding over roads. We've seen rock slides.
Okay, I'll go back down a little bit here, and I will point out something. Back here in Mississippi, there's a bunch of unstable air, and when I say unstable, I mean that there's not even like clouds. Like it's just sunshine, unstable air over here, and that kind of makes its way up here. Basically, about right here down, there is nada. So when this thing, I think Athens is not going to get that much of this rain swath. I'm sure that it'll get, maybe like this half of it, but that's going to continue to move off. And I'd say for the next maybe hour or two, that will probably be the case. Still need to watch this sucker right here, but that's going to keep on going on. But this was kind of round 2. There was round 1, now this is round 2. Now we're looking for round 3. Round 3 could be pretty rough. These things could fire alongside, but I think what's really going to be the problem is that there's nothing here right now. And if that warm air gets there, and we could have supercells, and that could be pretty bad. So, let's actually look that way, and as you can see behind it, there is little to nothing. It's just warm, and there's not that many clouds. It's just sunshine right now. So it's been a very interesting day in terms of how this is kind of unfolded. Just kind of have to see how this goes. New Mexico's goes to our north. Let's see what that's about. They're looking at this. Hold on.
Sure, to the storms here, we've been picking up on some weak rotation beginning within this line, and that'll be something that we'll have to see. If those trends continue, we could start to see severe storms and potentially tornadic storms start to get going across parts of northwest Alabama. I would tend to say, though, we'll just look at the last 30 minutes here, and you see how that line goes from being more straight to having a few more kinks in it. That's something that we'll have to keep a close eye on as we head through the next several minutes and really through the rest of this afternoon and this evening as we continue to see the atmosphere become more favorable for tornadoes here. And just to keep you informed, there's a lot more storms back behind that. More storms extending back through parts of Chickasaw, Lee, and Itawamba counties in Mississippi. So some heavy rain now pushing close to Tupelo. More storms back towards the Golden Triangle. So that's Starkville, Columbus, West Point area. Seeing some more thunderstorm activity down there. And all that stuff eventually is going to continue to lift north and east. A large amount of rain right now. Extending especially from areas south of the Tennessee River. We've still got some heavy rain really ongoing north of the Tennessee River as well, but you can see that big mass of rain that has set up. We'll have to see how that sort of interacts with our atmosphere here, but we think that based on the numbers we're seeing, regardless of that rain, we're going to continue to get more unstable and more fuel is going to build in for thunderstorms as we head through the rest of this afternoon and this evening into tonight. This could last into the overnight hours past sunset, 9, 10, even midnight.
I'll mute that again. They were talking about what I kind of noticed. These things are now a lot more thick. There's one, there's two. If these both can start to rotate, it would be maybe Muscle Shoals that would have to look out for it. So let's look at the velocity here and see if there's a couple areas where you can definitely see where it's going to try. There's 1, there's 2, 3, and maybe 4. It's going to try to rotate. Could eventually get a severe thunderstorm warning on this, maybe. But it's becoming less linear and now becoming a lot more cellular. So if that can get going, that would probably track in this general direction, maybe impact Anderson. If it starts to rotate, hypothetically, it would be heading in the direction of Rogersville, Anderson, Good Springs, Lester, West Limestone High School, if it did. If that continues, if that trend continues and we do get rotation, then it would go in that general direction. Joe Wheeler Dam, all that stuff. So let's pay attention to these. Let's just stay locked into these, and we'll go from there. We'll watch this as it unfolds. You see a maybe rotation, maybe a little slight rotation there, and you definitely have one that you're gonna have to watch right there. That one is a little more on the side. So, I mean, any of these storms can rotate. So, and this is in an environment. The line's going to be about right here, but that's going to be moving that way as these go. So, and the dynamic support is so favorable that I really do think that any storm that does get going into this area, that it really doesn't matter. So there is your possible rotation number 1 that could be forming, and here's your possible rotation number 2 that could be forming. We're going to wait until this next run. The latest run was 3 minutes ago, so we're going to see how this goes to the next run. But gotta watch that. Definitely have to watch that. Going to move. Can I move this a little bit without anything getting mad at me? Yeah, maybe. Okay. Let me get some. So the cord's out of the way. New flash flood warning for Decatur. I'll move the radar over for that so you can see that at least. Flash flood warning for Decatur. You'll have Mooresville in that flash flood warning. Hillsboro. So, yeah, no new update yet off of that radar. Still a watching. It is, it's 2:39. We are in a high risk. We haven't had one of these in a long time. And we are watching 2 possible rotations, trying to get their act together. And there's the new update, and it looks like this thing is still trying. It's weak. I mean, I'm not an idiot. I know it's weak. That's moving northeast, and that's northeast of Red Bay, and I don't really see another one. Let's look at what it looks like on the reflectivity. It's now looking a little bit more linear, maybe, but the top part, what I'll watch, because that looks like really heavy rain right in here. That could be a sign. If something can get working in here, then I feel like might be something starting there. Let's look at the Huntsville radar's perspective of that storm. I know it's pretty far out. Let's look at the reflector or the velocity for both. Not really seeing anything on Huntsville, but I am seeing slight on the south end, like how it's seeing right here. It updated again, 239. Just seeing slight rotation. Looks like there could be a little notch trying there. There's a lot of little notches that are trying with this thing, but I really think that, just like last week, this could catch up. Well, maybe not. It's a different environment. So if you do have a possible circulation, could be there, moving northeast, Muscle Shoals, just kind of stay aware of this. No new mesoscale discussions. I would like to. There we go. Cruise by late afternoon. They're still preparing. They're really not saying that this is the main event. I feel like the main event could really be these suckers right through here. So if this is the case, which I think it could be, this could be clearing out, right? And then you have all the instability and all that stuff coming. These things, these little 3, could start maybe aligning around a super. That would move to the northeast. That looks like one south of Tupelo is getting a lot more impressive. Let's look. It looks like it does have a little notch on it. Check the rotation. And it's trying. There's broad rotation right there. That's going to be near Tupelo, just to the south of Tupelo. Went to Tupelo, by the way. I did do that. That was nice. Nice town. Cool place. They're saying, basically, in the mesoscale discussion up here, they're talking about issuing a tornado watch for mid-afternoon, which is fair. That's probably when things would really get spicy mid-afternoon here. So yeah, it's 2:42. Been live streaming for a while now. I wish I could. I wish I could go to commercial, but been kind of standing here for a minute.
What about the hold on thing?
The hold on thing. I do not have it on here. That's on the main one. Well, I didn't expect. I expected it to just be go.
I can just say
Go to Village Pizza.
okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you still have that broad rotation. Don't really think that that's anything to worry about right now, but in the long term, definitely, because this definitely has some supercell characteristics. But now, if it's more linear, then which it kind of is now, you're going to obviously have less of a tornado threat. So, yeah, let's look down here, back over to velocity up here. It looks like there's still something trying to form down here. If this can get its act together, which that Josiah Trotman would be in the right spot. That'd be moving northeast. However, I wouldn't count on that yet. It's still broad. It's not really tight. Let's see if they got the attention of what's their names. No, they're not really looking at it. They're just looking for other signs of rotation. Let's turn the volume up.
That could be a large destructive tornado in Calhoun County, which is not in the Huntsville television market. The reason that we're not on television with these warnings is because they're all happening to the south, and we are just trying to do our part to make sure everyone gets every possible chance to be warned. This has been a supercell to remember that has come through Metro Birmingham. A lot of homes damaged around Highland Lakes, Doug Baker Boulevard off of Highway 280. Not a typical tornado alley through there. We've had some small ones down that way over the years. This was a large tornado that passed through North Shelby County. It has passed through St. Clair County and now has moved into Calhoun County. Tremendous heavy rain falling. We think the warm front, the National Weather Service giving us a note that the warm front, where the most severe weather usually occurs behind it, is now right about here. And it's pulling to the north. So most of what we have on the north side of this in Morgan and Madison, Franklin County, Colbert County, Lauderdale County, Marshall County, and DeKalb and Jackson, most of that is what we call elevated. It doesn't have the source region for that updraft in the thunderstorm down here at the surface like these do. That storm, that is pulling air that was over the Gulf of Mexico hours ago into it. So the moisture that evaporated off the Gulf of Mexico, it takes less than 24 hours for that to get here. And when you have as much wind shear as we have today, sometimes it may be 5 or 6 hours. So it doesn't have time to lose much energy as it moves north. And that's why we've got the severe weather in Calhoun County. The Gulf moisture is also why we have so much rain here across central and north Alabama. That storm that's in the shoals right now, let's look at the lightning. Pretty electric storm over Florence and Tuscumbia, Sheffield, back down to Red Bay. Let's take a live look from Tuscumbia and show you what it looks like here in northwest Alabama. Tremendous rain falling over the northwest corner of the state. Look at that. The temperature is up to 71 with an east-southeast wind. I'm going to see a lot of wind here, and that's good. Dew points at 64, so there's still plenty of juice to fire off these thunderstorms for the remainder of the afternoon. So heavy storms are still in progress over North Alabama. None of them is severe at the moment, but we do have a new flash flood warning for Colbert and Lauderdale and Franklin counties because that storm is just really putting it down. And you look to the southwest of there, there's another cluster of thunderstorms over North Mississippi close to Fulton, and that's going to track up toward Red Bay. Look at the velocity here, nothing to really note, just a tiny bit of wind shear showing up in some of these products over Franklin County and into Colbert County, northern Itawamba County. Problem is flooding now. Problem will be severe weather a little bit later. Remember, there is a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, in effect until 8 p.m. for all of North Alabama and southern Tennessee.
Hey, Jason, a couple things real quick. The folks in Ohatchee, they need to be in their safe spot right now. This is extremely serious. There is a debris ball. There is debris in the air in parts of Calhoun County. Folks there, you guys been talking about that one. That's significant. Also, I was checking out the Storm Prediction Center. You talked about that warm front. You know, those storms over northeast Mississippi, they're kind of getting into that atmosphere of, hey, we need to watch these. They're kind of out there by themselves. They're firing along that warm front. And a new tornado watch is about to be issued to include everybody across central Tennessee. That's coming up at about 3 o'clock. That's going to go into the evening. So if you have anybody that's north up into central Tennessee, including places like Nashville, you may want to let them know that they are up next for a potential tornado watch, which will last into the evening, perhaps to around midnight or so. So once again, folks, you know, this is one of those deals where it's been raining here. We haven't had any tornado warnings just yet, but you know, we've got a long way to go.
All right, thank you, Ben. And you're absolutely right about the storms in North Mississippi. The reason that we've decided to just continue to live stream is because, obviously, number one, it gives us an opportunity to talk to folks who are down to the south, or talk to you to let them know, because sometimes it's two layers of communication, right? You may know someone who just has no idea that bad weather's coming. You're in tune with it. You can let them know. Sometimes it takes all of us working together to make sure people are safe. And right now, Calhoun County, if you know somebody who's in Calhoun County, we have a potentially large, violent tornado occurring in Calhoun County. And look at there, there's a new tornado warning for Walker County and Tuscaloosa County and South.
Okay, so I'll go back to this real quick. Tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. You actually do. That's a very right there. That's moving northeast. That's in very extreme northern Tuscaloosa County. Leaking a little bit there, but still pretty impressive. Moving northeast, Oakman Parish, Cordova, Jasper, Sipsey, Semilton, and Dora. Wow, Alabama. That will pass to the well, actually Jasper is in it. I do think it passes to the south of Jasper, but Jasper is in the polygon, so I would say Jasper, if you're somehow listening, please be in your safe place. Also, the circulation up here continues to open, just kind of catch my eye. You see a little speck of green in there. There could be some very, very, very small and tight rotation on the southern flank of that storm. Gotta kind of watch this. This is moving that way. So we're definitely about to get some rain here in Athens. This is an elevated thunderstorm. This is on the border of being an elevated thunderstorm. Looking more to the south and west. Let's check the velocity on this sucker. And looks like there might be some here once it loads. It'll do that waiting for the connection. I'm sorry. I think there's a buffer in the internet. There we go. Now we're talking. Where are we talking? Right. There's an area of maybe some broad rotation. Let's see. Sorry, the internet. No data. Great. Stream will end shortly unless you restart. Okay, not receiving enough. Okay, it's kind of going up and down. I think we're good right now, thanks to that thing working. For some reason, the Wi-Fi is kind of going in and out right now. You're on it? Here. Oh, yeah, you go. Cool. Yeah, you go ahead, bro. 19 concurrent viewers. I appreciate you guys watching, waiting for the connection. Why is it doing this? Goodness gracious. I'm still connected to my thing right here. If anybody's in the chat, can you please tell me how please check the video resolution. Okay, now it's looking fine. So hopefully that was just a hiccup. But yeah, broad rotation, maybe some starting up right here. Let's see what that's about. No, that's on the northern edge. That'd be weird. Let's see this. The southern end of that rotation is now looking a little bit less impressive. So yeah, you look down to the south, and there might be some in here, and there might be some down here. The laptop gets that right there. Could be some right there. We just gotta keep on watching. It's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds in the next couple of hours. With a whole massive rain that's completely just, it's a rain shield. But the instability is all the way into Arkansas and Louisiana. What's a rain shield? Is that what you're going to ask?
Is a rain shield good,
for us? Good for us, yes. Because it blocks. It blocks it for now. However, we are forecasted to get well into that instability and still potentially have some supercellular thunderstorms later in the evening with multiple rounds still possible. So still, you still got to keep an eye on it. There we go. There's that downpour I was talking about. Oh, okay. I don't know what they saw, but here we go. Tornado warning, Muscle Shoals. Let's do it. I thought that was a weakening rotation, but I would guess here's your rotation. I'm guessing that is where that would be. But there is a tornado warning. Now, Muscle Shoals, Sheffield. Be in your safe place. That's going to move northeast in this direction. If this does continue to strengthen, it might take a more us turn. We saw that happen on April 28, 2014. This is a similar environment, so you have to keep that in mind. That was a rainy day too. This storm is tracking northeast. Muscle Shoals, Sheffield. The people that I know in Muscle Shoals, like Giovanna Kilpatrick, be in your safe place. You're probably watching. Let's look back at this. It's now, you can definitely see it's starting to have a little bit more of a, little notch right there. Here we go. This is your first North Alabama warning of the day. There's more down here, and there's a lot more to come. But, so here's your warning, and I'm sure Jason Simpson is now back on live. You can definitely see the notch. So let's go a little bit more detailed with the communities. Actually, well, I guess there's not. There is the Highway 72. Then you have the notch that's going to move northeast, looking like it's going straight towards Tuscumbia. I know that Josiah Trauman was chasing in Tuscumbia. Please be careful with that, buddy. Maybe go a little bit to the east of Tuscumbia. Watch that from a distance. If you really do want to, look at that. But the rotation on base velocity isn't too impressive. There it is right there. But the sirens are sounding in Lawrence and Colbert County. Let's look at correlation coefficient, see if we see anything. Let it load in. And there does look like there could be some debris loft right there. So I guess that's why that's probably why they initiated the tornado warning. Maybe they're not seeing anything on rotation-wise and the base velocity, but they're definitely seeing some possible debris. So, possible debris signature right there. Moving northeast, that's going to go head towards Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, and it still is maintained a bit. This is a new run. It's still maintained a bit right there. Again, moving northeast to Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, Sheffield. Be in your safe place. That's going right towards you. Florence, UNA. That will eventually get there. This is one of those days that if this continues and if this like trend continues, then we could this definitely could be a long track tornado where we're in that kind of environment. Let's go back to this hasn't updated since the last one. The tornado is going to be somewhere in here, and that sucker is going to move northeast. And that's going to be at Muscle Shoals and Sheffield soon. And Tuscumbia Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, that's definitely in the path. You could have a tornado with this. There could be debris being thrown aloft with the correlation coefficient. Let's look back at the reflectivity, just basic stuff. You can definitely see where this would be. You can definitely see some rotation in there. And there could be some on the back flank too. That's moving northeast. So there is a tornado warning moving northeast towards Muscle Shoals and Florence. And it is strengthening. You can see that there's more hail in here. It's not a classic supercell look. I'll give it that and I'll say that. But it looks like there might have been some strengthening in the rotation. You definitely can see some right here. That's going to move in this direction. I'm really worried about Tuscumbia and Muscle Shoals right now. I do feel like that could be a potentially dangerous situation for those locations. So you do have a tornado warning in northwest Alabama, and there looks like there could be a hook trying to form down here. Let's make sure that's not what that is. That's totally what that is. Okay, so looks like you could have trains on a track. You could have another one starting right here, and you have another one right here. Here we go. And also notice this. It's starting to clear up a bit right in here. So, okay, you have a supercell right here with the tornado, and you have a supercell that's probably about to initiate a warning in the next 30 minutes, and then all these could probably start right here. Look at that. That was fast, wasn't it? That was out of nowhere, and we're going.
You called it, you used to tell me 3-ish.
3-ish?
59.
Yeah. Right. What can I say? Okay. Let's look at this cell that has a lot of lightning actually going into limestone. I'm not seeing any rotation there. I guess I should check the correlate. You can see the rotation a little bit better, by the way, on the Huntsville product. It's a lot more broad because it's a lot more like farther out, but you can definitely see that. So if you're in Muscle Shoals and Tuscumbia and anywhere south and east of that, or south and west of that, you need to be in your safe place. You need to go ahead and do the old thing. This could be a heavy thunderstorm moving northeast. Don't worry too much about that right now. It doesn't really look like it's in that supercell shape. I'll keep an eye on it. But that does look like frequent lightning and maybe some hail. But this one's the one to worry about. This one obviously has some rotation in the back end. We are in a high risk today. You got to take these all seriously. Let's switch back over to the Columbus radar. Let's see. Yeah, switch back over to the Columbus radar. There's your rotation right there. Goodness gracious. Getting a no cap Snapchat call. But here's your potential rotation here going northeast. That will eventually impact Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, and it is strengthening. That's looking a lot more impressive than it did. Let's look at the correlation coefficient. And let's see, let's match that up. That could be maybe something right in there. I just forgot where it was. I just got to look back at it. Whoops. Yeah, so that could be tornado being, or debris being thrown aloft. Actually, that's probably debris being thrown aloft. So you do have a potential tornado on the ground. It does, yeah, it's now taking a more supercellular shape. You have, the two notches and then the main circulation right there. So that is going northeast. That's going to hit, that's probably going to impact Muscle Shoals, Sheffield. These things are going fast. Notice that I feel like I just started and this thing was like all the way down here. So pay attention to it. I do think that this thing might have a direct hit, if not just a little south of Muscle Shoals. We are in an environment where, we could have long track violent tornadoes. Not saying that this is one, but I'm saying that there definitely is potential for there to be one. So there it is again. I'll circle it with this run. The possible tornado is probably going to be somewhere in there, and it's going to be moving in this direction, northeast, like all of these will. Let's see in the base velocity, any new run. Yeah, there it is, still right there. Pretty impressive. Again, moving northeast. Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, Sheffield. Basically, Littleville north to Muscle Shoals. Don't need to be driving. Russellville, you're in the clear. Cherokee, you're in the clear. Florence, you are not in the clear yet. Let's see exactly where this thing is tracking. If I can, it's taken more of a right turn recently, which I said it might do because of its strengthening. It did about right there. So if it continues on that trend, let's follow that. It goes to the south of Muscle Shoals, just barely, but that's still close. It's still close to call. It did take that right turn because it started to strengthen a little bit, but it definitely did tap into something. Notice that thing, it curled up into itself, and now it's a supercell, and they've cut down and they updated the warning, so it now does not include, I think that's Lawrence County to go over Lawrence County. I'm on my way for learning that one. Let's look back at this one down here now to Fulton. This does look like it has characteristics of becoming a supercell eventually. You have broad rotation right here. It's moving into a more dynamically favorable environment because, I mean, the wind is crazy in the upper levels today in North and Northwest Alabama. It is insane. But notice that, you know, there's starting to be some more clearing here. So any cells that form, if this can materialize, and if somehow this can materialize, then we got a problem. And I really have a bad feeling about this one. I really think that one's going to do, I feel like that one's going to do the same thing that this one did. So this cell is the one that I called back all the way when it was back here. And I said, you got to watch that because it's in an environment, it's by itself. Eventually it'll kick up, and it did. So let's see the latest on that. Look at that obvious strengthening. Let's look back at the velocity. It's still pretty significant. Right there, obvious circulation, moving northeast. It's now closer to Muscle Shoals and Tuscumbia. Pretty impressive given the environment. So if you're in Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, don't worry, get into your safe places right now. That's the middle of your house, lowest floor, away from windows. And you'll be okay. Put a helmet on, put hard-soled shoes on. Obviously, if you have a basement, go in the basement. If you have a tornado shelter, obviously go to the tornado shelter. But if you don't have either of those things, lowest level, middle of your home, away from as many windows as you can be away from. So that is what you need to be doing right now. So again, there it is still a pretty good bit away from. Let's see, it's about 14 miles away from Muscle Shoals. Now, let's think about this. This thing's probably going at around 60, 70 miles per hour. You're going 15 miles for about 16, 70 miles per hour. It's not going to take too long to get there. So I'd say in the next 20 minutes, Muscle Shoals will be probably impacted by the storm. If it can keep itself together until then, they'll probably extend the tornado warning to include Florence, maybe Layton, if it keeps on that like right turn kind of deal. But again, here it is, moving northeast to Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals. That's going to be the potential problem area. I'm just zooming out and checking that one again. Still broad, but it's definitely still in the beginning stages of what could become a supercell. Just looking around here, watching up there. That'd be north of Rogersville. Let's just do a little sweep. Again, Muscle Shoals, you've got to stay oh boy, okay, it's becoming more dominant. It's definitely a supercell out there by itself. It's moving northeast. Got to pay attention to it. This could be a hail maker right here. I know there's no warning on it, a severe thunderstorm warning or anything, but that still could be a hail producer. That would be kind of towards Clements, north of Clements. Now it's coming up towards will be like Leicester. No circulation on it, which is good. You got some. It's in a funky place on the radar there, so you can't really get a good read on it. Okay, good news. It did look like it kind of broadened out a little bit right here, but still, it could go through cycles. Here is the broad rotation, albeit it is broad, but it's still going northeast, and it still could impact Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, and Sheffield. Got to be in your safe place. Let's look at the correlation coefficient, and not seeing too much, but there still could be some in there. I think that's enough evidence to maintain that for the moment. But it is that's a supercell. You have, the two and the spin and all that stuff. So, you gotta be ready for this one. This one right here is what I'm kind of concerned about, because I feel like that could be more of a risk to us down the line. The rotation kind of died out a little bit, but I think it'll go through cycles. If there is a tornado, it'll be somewhere in that region as it moves northeast. That region in the storm, anyways. The thunderstorm continues. The tornado is going to be somewhere in there. It's moving to the northeast, Sheffield and Muscle Shoals. Let me see if there's anything on the warning about it being confirmed or anything. Whoops. And that would have been good to know. Radar indicated. Okay. Can you see that? No, you can't. Okay. Quarter size hail. Yeah, they'll do that. Moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So not even close to what I said. But I think it's a little faster than that. 10 miles northwest of Russellville. So, still got to keep a close eye on that sucker. Let's look back at it. The rotation does seem to be broadening up a little bit. This might be allowed to expire if this trend continues, but it's still moving northeast, Sheffield, Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia. I would still go into your safe place just to kind of watch it. And you got to watch this area down here with the supercell to its southeast, and just over here. This is a lot of nothing, which is bad. Whatever forms over there could eventually, turn into something. I think there's nothing here. I mean, there's sort of some showers and stuff, but I think once we get past this kind of line right here, I feel like that's when things could get a little interesting, because things become a lot more discreet and focused up, towards here. Look back at velocity. Again, it hasn't really updated. There's that. I'll look on Twitter. I haven't looked at Twitter at all with this storm. Let's see. Man, Span is doing our work. Oh my gosh. Two weather geeks, James Spann and one of my friends on Twitter, Alex Roberts, just got hit by the tornado. This is from Alex Roberts WX on Twitter. A tornado just hit our house in South Birmingham. We're fine, but our patio is destroyed. I'm just so glad that we survived. I feel like I've been spared. I've never seen my life flash so fast. It's much scarier when you're with your family and not chasing. Goodness gracious. That, by the way, today is going to probably go down as one of James Spann's finest hours. His home got hit, and his wife was in the path. It was in the path of it, but he kept his crap together, and he is still going right now, saving people's lives. Huntsville says, please do not let your guard down. Just because you have not seen severe weather yet or that it is raining now does not mean you're out of the woods. We are just now starting the marathon that will be this afternoon and evening. This has not updated yet. Waiting for the next one on that. In the meantime, you still need to be in your safe place. Muscle Shoals and Tuscumbia. The new update to the SBC has cut the high risk out of Mississippi. Now we're still in the high risk. We're actually right in the middle of it. It's for most or much of northern Alabama. I think the reason that they cut back so much on Mississippi is just nothing's initiated yet. So let's go back to this. So there's your possible, tornado. It's really broad. Waiting for a new update here. It's 3:13. We're waiting for an update. It's been 3:09. So there's a new one. Still broad. So that is a good sign. They may allow this to expire, but that's still a potential tornado. Very broad, but you still have to treat it and respect it. That's going northeast. That will impact Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, Sheffield, Florence, and we'll cross the river here in about 30 minutes. Back down here, yep, that's what I was talking about earlier. There's a hook right here. Okay, so this would eventually impact places like Red Bay, Russellville, Littleville. This is a supercell right here that's now taking shape and will move northeast, maybe probably south of Red Bay into Russellville. That would eventually impact places like Athens. But you have to just watch it for now. So that's your potential supercell or whatever, and that one is probably going to track this way. This baby is starting to weaken a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if it recycled. So that one is also going this way. Still got to keep your eyes open for these. Let's see. They will probably issue a tornado warning soon for this if this trend continues, because it's now got that bean shape. So that's going to go that away. In towards Red Bay. So Red Bay, I'd go ahead and keep your eyes open for that. This is an update 312. It's super broad now. But you're under a tornado warning. You've got to respect it. I'd say Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, Sheffield. Please remain in your safe places until this storm passes. You can't be too safe. So that's what I got to say about that. But the attention now will focus mostly on this storm, which, yep, as soon as I pointed to it, tornado warning. So, this one I feel like has more of a chance to to maintain itself than that one. But that one's tornado warning was just allowed to expire, so that one's going to move on. So Florence, Muscle Shoals, just for the sake of the National Weather Service, I will say that you guys are in the all clear. So now the attention moves to this cell that will be in Red Bay soon. So this one is in Mississippi. It's going to eventually impact places like Belmont, Golden, Red Bay. That's in the Polygon in Mississippi. That's going to continue to move northwest into places like Russellville, Littleville, assuming that it continues. But I really do think that there's a chance that this one could be long-lived. Look at this. There's nothing. I mean, there's nothing right in through here. I mean, yeah, there's showers, but they're not big enough to pose a real threat. Anything that initiates, because look, you can see some opening right here. Anything that initiates right here, I feel like is going to cause some trouble. You have the atmospheric conditions today to have violent, long-track tornadoes, and we're probably about to see an example of one. With this new SBC outlook that comes out and updates on this screen, I'll get into that when it updates, and I can show you guys. But basically they cut it to about right here, so it's like only North Alabama. which is just wonderful. Sarcasm, obviously. Let's see if there's another notch at Red Bay. No, they're trying. Definitely trying. It's going to go through cycles here. It's a little broad right now, but there's your obvious, potential tornado. That's going to continue to move northeast, maybe into Red Bay. Let me look at the atmospheric conditions around it. Let's see. Tornadoes will be possible with others. New tornado warning now in effect for Sumter County for a cell moving in from Mississippi. I think that might have been, yeah, down there. Same story up here though. So you gotta keep an eye on that one. It's now becoming a little bit more tight right there. Not necessarily greens, but there's your tornado right there. It's going to keep on moving northeast. It's going to be interesting to see if that one goes through cycles, but that one is going to be the talk for the next couple of hours, probably. Yeah, now there's a tornado warning up there for Spring Garden and Forney in northeast Alabama. Flash footing, yeah. Sounding dam near Tupelo. Event no longer active. Okay. Okay, anyways, the mesoscale. Let's look. I don't know if this is updated. I guess it has, but there's still a lot. I don't know if it has updated a lot. There's a lot of instability over here. If that can move in, then yes. But there's a lot of rain, cooled air, or like in the atmosphere in here. But I still do think that over time, there's going to be enough time for it to kind of track with the extent of the warm front. So, yeah, see. Yeah. So basically what happened earlier, about what I thought would happen with that, rain, cooled air in here, but there's still a lot of, availability for that thing to creep back up. I still do think that there's going to be a lot of potential for tornadoes still. So there is your potential troublemaker right here. And it's going to continue to move northeast. Red Bay is going to be in the path of this. It's a little bit more broad now, but it's definitely still there. So that's going to continue to move that away towards Red Bay, and but it's still in Mississippi. So, but that could be a potential troublemaker. That one's a longer one. It's a longer cell. Could bring more flash flooding to this region that already has a flash flood warning. Athens is not under a flash flood warning. Tanner kind of is. The northern half of Tanner, no, but the southern half, yeah. Still gotta watch this region. The reason that these things aren't firing up right now is because it got cooled by rain. But as this warm front continues to surge north, I really do think that those things could pop up. This one, this one, this one, this one, and then especially these that trail this front right here, I feel like could eventually turn into supercellular thunderstorms. Let's go to the Huntsville radar, check those northern storms. It's a little far off right here. So, okay, it's still maintaining that look. It's still a little bit, not that impressive, but there it is right there. That's, again, moving northeast, maybe moving, before I say this, maybe moving just to the south of Red Bay. But it's going to continue to go through cycles, so you got to still pay attention to it. But that's still a very electric thunderstorm. You have to keep your eye on it still. Man, I don't know. It is weird to think that these don't do anything. So I'm not necessarily buying that right now. Let's check on the surface dew points. Seeing about 66, 68 maybe. It's there, but it's not, extreme. Check back at what Jason has to say.
IGO, safe place right now, and I mean down low. Storm shelter if you got it, basement if you got it.
Okay, right, they're talking about. I guess this isn't our area, isn't it, Gadsden?
With a mattress or a pillow or a bike helmet.
Yeah, this thing's been tracking for a while. We're still talking about this sucker right here. Now moving into Georgia, that's going to impact Rome. So if you know anybody in Rome, let them know that there's a long track violent tornado coming towards them, because that's been the trend with that same supercell. Let's check on this sucker. Yeah, and that's starting to weaken a little bit too. So, right there, moving northeast, starting to weaken a bit. It's moving into a less favorable environment, I guess. It's 324. Still watching maybe these two right here. A lot to watch, a lot to wait for. What's possible if these things don't ignite? These don't, and they might just become part of the rain, but they also might die too. So notice some lightning with that one. But then again, there's a lot of lightning. This one had a tornado warning earlier, but no more. It was north of Birmingham. But this is definitely going to be the point of interest. Just somewhere in here, because goodness gracious. That's just like a lone supercell. The correlation coefficient, not really showing anything. They should allow that to expire. It did something like that earlier. The National Weather Service in Huntsville is a lot more conservative, so they don't pull the trigger that often. So we'll see what they do with this storm. It's not necessarily a windy thunderstorm, but it definitely is something. It's going to keep on going through these notches where might have possible rotation. See, now the wind is becoming a little bit more extreme in the edges of it. Probably trying to do some sort of spin. Why is it raining in Athens? Harder. Oh, just a little. Okay. This sucker is heading northeast, and I think for the most part, the good news is that this obviously was not as bad as it could have been. So that's good. It was looking terrible earlier. But there's still a lot of time. Let's look at trends with these. Not really any sign of strengthening with any of them. What are they on about?
Toward the northeast, Colbert Heights, Littleville, Highway 7.
Oh, this was earlier. Okay, so let's see what they're talking about now. Because I'm sure they're just going to let that expire. That one expire.
An eye out for. And then we still have some storms ongoing across North Alabama. At this point, none of the storms in North Alabama are severe, but they are producing torrential rain. Flash flooding is going to be a huge issue across North Alabama through the rest of this afternoon and this evening. I've got flash flood warnings turned off right now. I'm going to turn those on, and you can see all the green boxes.
There is a lot of
Take
flash
everything
flood.
else off except for the radar and the green boxes. Those are flash flood warnings. You can see there's a ton of them. More people at this point are in a flash flood warning than aren't. And a lot of these are for a considerable amount of flash flooding as well. So the flood threat will continue through this afternoon. If you were watching on the live stream, you heard me talk about the flash flooding is dangerous during the day. It's even more dangerous at night, because if you're out driving around, all of a sudden, with the sky totally dark, you don't have enough light, and by the time you come up on the flooded road, you're already in the water. So if you don't have to be out and about today, it's a good idea not to be if you don't have to. It's just a nasty, nasty day.
Hey, Alex, real quick, just a quick recap. We have more photos coming in out of Ohatchee. And, of course, we talked about Shelby County earlier. You just talked about that storm that's heading into Georgia. That one had a history of producing a large tornado near Ohatchee. And the pictures from out there are just, it's heartbreaking to see the significant damage down there right now.
That may end up being the storm of the day. And as much as you don't want to see a storm like that, I hope that's it. I hope that's the worst of this event that we see. I hope we don't have something to top that. We've seen a lot of damage pictures, particularly from Shelby County and from St. Clair and Calhoun counties. We have seen a lot of pictures of damage. And that is probably still a tornado that's doing damage right now. That has been far and away the most impressive supercell thunderstorm we have seen today. We have seen others, and we just had that tornado warning for Franklin, Colbert, and Lauderdale counties. Not in effect now, but that's maybe a sign that our environment is becoming a little bit more conducive to those kinds of storms. There is a tornado warning right now for Itawamba County, Mississippi.
Yeah, that stuff I knew. Okay. Let's see. If there was maybe like any discussion or something. You can. Alright, cool. Alright, so that flash flood warning continuing. Let's look back at that thunderstorm right now. Looks like I might be getting somewhat of a hook. Maybe kind of doing its thing, going through the motions. Might have another warning in there eventually in the next couple of hours. But this atmosphere, you know, it's still raining now. But back here especially, you're starting to see some pop up right here. I mean, you're seeing Cape values 2,000 joules per kilogram over here. It's a lot of unstable air behind this. So in terms of this, we lucked out. However, that could quickly change. Not seeing anything too significant right there. Let's see. I'll play this in motion. And yeah, you definitely can see some storms trying to fire up right here in northern Mississippi. There's the new outlook, by the way. I totally missed that. There's still the warnings and stuff. What I think is interesting with this is that you've had, here's the high risk, by the way, and they've maintained the high risk. But you've had a supercell go to the bottom. And it's right here now, and so it was like noon, and it's gotten here, and now it's like 3:30. You have another one right here on the southern flank, and you have another one that kind of eked into the corner. This whole region that has completely been blocked with more rain. The question is, can storms develop, you know, in here and move into here behind this massive rain? I think it's possible. However, you know, I don't know, but until that cold front passes, our chances are not low at all. So, yeah. You also have tornado warnings over here in South Carolina. South Carolina, going into North Carolina. I think it's interesting because there was like no ingredients over there, and now they're getting some. That'll happen. That will happen. That happened to, well, there were no ingredients, but a very low risk. You have to take every risk pretty seriously because obviously you have stuff that happens like that. I feel like, yeah, you're starting to see some development. Euphoria right there. You can kind of, I mean, this is kind of like one of those classic, I mean, you zoom out and look at it and you're like, okay, I can kind of see what's about to happen here. You're about to have probably an explosion of development probably right in here. That's going to move into northwest Alabama. That is the worst case scenario from this point on. So let's see if that's like a new storm that's developed there. Yeah, it's starting to fire up on that line. You have all the ingredients there, which is weird, but I don't know. Weather can be very weird and confusing sometimes. How's it looking out there, Jake?
Kind of sunny.
Sunny?
No, it's just brighter.
Brighter. Yeah. No, brighter. I mean, yeah.
The K values are increased.
The Cape value. Hey, I'm glad that you learned that term from just listening to me.
Values.
Cape values? Basically thunderstorm fuel.
The K values are still present.
Yeah. Man, I wonder how it is, how it feels outside, but I'm not going to be able to really know, I bet. So, we're kind of at a point right now where we kind of wait. We're waiting on that to do something. It would make sense for, don't open the window, don't open it, Jake, don't open it. Waiting on this sucker to do something, and that would move northeast, probably avoiding limestone, so that's good. So we're gonna keep an eye on that. In farther south, you do have more. You know, you have them through here. I'm gonna wait on that cell right there because it is in an environment, a dynamic environment, where you could get some. Let's see. Let's go back to. Well, I guess that really hasn't changed. Let's look at what else saying in the chat. How's Muscle Shoals looking? I don't know how long ago that was. There's still, right now, there's a storm going in that direction right now. However, I'm not so sure that it starts to rotate, but it definitely is something that can happen. So just keep that in mind. Someone just said tornado hit Florence. Cap. What does cap mean? You know what cap means. Lying. What time do you think it'll be hitting Athens and Harvest? Well, I mean, we have a time frame. I would say, okay, obviously my go-to time frame is like 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. But I say that maybe around 5 o'clock, things could get rolling. This one might cause an issue for the north eastern part of the county, potentially, or not northeastern part, northwestern part of the county, potentially. However, I think Athens Harvest, if we did have a problem, would probably be more in the evening. So there's that. America is the greatest nation of all time. Yeah. Why are y'all talking about America? Okay. Can I go to the gym at 4:30? No. See. It looked like there might have been double tornadoes at one point. Yeah, there was a violent tornado earlier. It's now probably going into Georgia. I'll check up on it. Primary change with this update was to begin trimming severe probabilities from the west across lower Mississippi Valley as low level flow continues to veer over this region. The best severe potential should shift into Alabama and vicinity through the remainder of the afternoon and early evening. For more information on the near-term severe threat across far eastern northern Arizona, see Mexico south 256. Strong majority. Okay. Mesoscale discussion 256. We have to look for that. I don't even know where that was. There's the mesoscale analysis. There's the tornado watch. What was 256?
Your mom asked if she'd go to the gym at 6.
At 6?
Yeah.
No, it's even worse.
Nelson Brown asked if your house is going to get blown away. If his house is going to get blown away.
No. I don't know what mesoscale. I don't know what 256 would be. I think we're keep. Oh, 256. This is it. Well, this was issued all the way back at 124. Now, as the warm front lifts to the north, things will begin to get more active. But I don't know if I agree with that all the way at this point. Starting to get some development down here. So we gotta watch that. Okay. Still gonna watch this sell up here. Right now, it's not really looking like it's gonna do too much. Not seeing any rotation or anything. So, if some storms form out in here, we should be okay. This thing is still going. That has been going for a long time. A long time. A line kind of happened, I guess, through here, down through here. You now have clearing a little bit down here. Minus that, and that's why I thought that well, we'll do that. Okay. Still gonna watch that sell right there. Move to the northeast. So the question now is going to be, what can form? What can form? Says the latest guidance says now that those Cape values have now reached a little bit more into Limestone County. And that they will probably continue to do so for a while. Let's see what the latest. This would be interesting to see. Let's see if there's the latest HRRR run.
T-Man 8595 asked where this is.
Where is? What did he say?
He said, so where is this?
On the map?
Yeah.
This is northwest Alabama and northeastern Mississippi. The latest HRRR run, that'll tell a big story. Turns out this thing nailed it. For the most part, at least. Let's look at what?
You said thanks.
Look at the potential supercells, and it's still saying. It's still just saying that there's a good opportunity, good chance that we could have some tornadoes, some supercells. It gives a possible supercell streaking through here, and then one to the north. Just kind of an hour by hour thing. But yeah, this definitely did get a damper. We do have a new tornado warning in Coleman County. We'll go down to that. Or not in Coleman County, just to the south of Coleman County, north of Birmingham. Warrior, that's a tornado alley right there. Let's look at the velocity. Can't really see it on this, but you can kind of see some evidence. It'll be in there somewhere. Yeah. So the possible tornado is now crossing I-65. That's going northeast, Hayden, Locust Fork, Nectar, Cleveland, Blounceville up there. This is a long tornado warning because of how fast these suckers are moving. You got to stay vigilant with this. But this cell finally started to materialize, and now that's moving northeast at a pretty considerable rate. Not really the area that I do cover, but I will give a little wide view. You have a tornado warning right here. That is in Utah, moving northeast. That could eventually impact Tuscaloosa. So Tuscaloosa, keep your eye on that. You do have a cell right here that could eventually materialize into something like this one did. This one is now hosting a tornado warning, and that's going northeast. Will not impact Coleman, but will impact places like Warrior, Aniana, and Sneed, and maybe eventually places like Albertville. And then up here is the tornado that hurt or caused damage to James Spans' home, and that's going up into Georgia. Now it's into Rome right now. The story now, like I said earlier, is definitely going to be, can this form, can this form, can this form, can these form into something? And I think that they definitely can. They're in an environment where they could, but definitely just have to wait and see. This one's going to be a big one to see what happens with it. And now these trying to fizzle out like I said that they might. So just going to have to watch. This wasn't as bad as it could have been, so that is good. Do I agree with this high risk right now? Probably not anymore. I did definitely earlier. The HRRR suggests that the risk wouldn't be over until about 9 o'clock. And it also says that we have potential for, 1 tornado warning, 2 tornado warnings, maybe 3. So I don't know. It's all something to keep your eye on. Once it's going to be, once this kind of clears up right through here, it's going to be more of a chance. But if anything can form right in here, that's what we got to watch. You got to watch that very carefully. Let's look back up here. Producing a lot of hail. So let's look at that. Not really seeing anything right there off that radar, and not much off of the Huntsville radar. So I think Muscle Shoals are going to get out of this. So that is good. Still, you got to watch these little babies right there. Those could eventually ignite into supercells. Those are new. They've recently ignited. So definitely got to watch those two. Those could definitely eventually move into northwest Alabama. This one right here is probably just going to be more associated with this. Not much is really going on with that, and these showers on here is probably turning they're starting to dissipate. So yeah, all right. What? I would. What?
I can play a commercial. Just hold it.
That's okay. That's okay. That's not how it works, because if you play anything green, it's a little weird. Man, this is very weird day. Kind of just how things happen nowadays.
Yeah.
Guys, okay, what I'm worried about, I'll say this. We have been lucky for a very long time. And today looks like it could be one of those days where we get lucky again. Which is good, because today was looking terrible. I had never seen anything like the parameters going into today. But historically, North Alabama, we were supposed to have these things all the time. And we've been lucky for a very long time. And what I'm worried about, especially up here, not down in Birmingham and Tuscaloosa, what I'm worried about here is that it's going to become boy who cried wolf kind of deal. You know, like, oh, it's gonna happen, didn't happen. Oh, it's gonna happen, didn't happen. They're gonna be like, oh, whatever. That's totally gonna start happening. It started to this one because they're like, oh yeah, nothing happened last time. So Muscle Shoals, nah, they won't get it because they got the warning. Us, probably gonna have something like that. That, I mean, of course, it's gonna happen. Things are gonna happen these days. Springtime in Alabama tends to have, you know, these kind of events. You know, lately you've had stuff like this, masses of rain that kind of just fuse everything together, soak up as much available energy as possible, and that's it. Rain shield. So that's kind of what happened today. There's still a lot of time left, and especially with these being formed right here, you definitely have to watch out for them. There's still some open skies in here. Whatever moves in, it moves in. But we have about 3 more hours of sunlight. I guess 2 or 3, no, 3, 2.5, 3. Yeah, 2.5, 3 hours until sunlight goes away. And from that point on, we'll probably know how this is. From that point, we'll probably know where this is going. No circulation really in there. Let's look at any mesoscale discussions that we could have. Let's see. Man. Yeah, I guess let's check on this one passing to the north of Birmingham. It's still going pretty strong. Notice that it's embedded in rain. That's what's happened a lot with some of these. You can see the track right there. See, Futurecast.
Outbreak would come from. So about 4:45, we've got heavy storms in Marion, Lamar, Franklin, Colbert, Lauderdale. How many of them are severe? We don't know at this point. They track toward the east. They become more linear in shape, but they still may be very severe with high wind, hail, and a threat of tornadoes. They keep on tracking east through 7 and 8 p.m. That first wave may begin to fall apart a little bit. Doesn't mean the severe weather threat goes away, just means the storms reorganize, and then new ones develop to the southwest. So we have yet another wave of storms to come through. Those will move to the northeast, potentially staying severe through 9 and 10 p.m. around Huntsville and into Somerville, Hartselle, Arab, Gunnersville, Scottsboro, Stevenson, Fort Payne, Geraldine, down around Gadsden. And then finally, by about 10 to 11 o'clock tonight, those storms will move out of the area. The wind shifts toward the northwest, and this is all over, but there will be another risk of some severe storms coming up on Saturday. Seems like we've had enough already. We're not even finished with this one, and we're talking about another potential for some nasty weather coming up over the weekend. So right now, we've got lightning and heavy rain falling over a large
So there's still all like, there's more.
The tornado
I can see
right up to the county
some
line here.
bright sky. Let me go over to the window. Look at this.
That point is where the tornado would be. The
Yeah, some brighter skies over there.
Is at 6.0, and there you see the times of arrival. So through 4:22, we got the potential for severe storms, high winds,
Okay.
and a tornado between Locusport and
Okay.
This thing would come right past Friday's
But it does look like maybe, I guess this initial line could go by at 4. You have to watch these new thunderstorms developing. That's what I'm saying.
There's not a lot of folks in one county who can watch our over-the-air signal, which is why we typically start our coverage from in Marshall County. But since we're already here, we thought we'd go ahead and stick with this for you.
Yes, blue skies to the west, which will increase our instability. Let's go to reflectivity. Still got to watch storms like these. you know, those two. Don't really have faith in this one developing into anything. These could. The sun definitely is breaking out. Let's look at the visible satellite. And, oh yeah, some breaks in the clouds. There's going to be some mini breaks in the clouds coming up here with that little break in here. Like this right here is probably just clear skies. And there's another spot right in here where it's clear skies too. So this area will move up here. And I guess anywhere in here that any storms form could potentially go severe. Let's go back to the thermodynamics, mixed layer cape. See.
But here's the deal, until we get this cold front past you and past North Alabama, we're not going to be able to give you all clear. And in fact, the thing we've been talking about all day is this clearing that's currently across much of North Mississippi. You can see some puffy cumulus clouds there. The concern is, as we see more energy build in as we head through the rest of this afternoon and into this evening, and we have a cap in place that ends up eroding away, where you see that clearing in northeast Mississippi, that's where those storms start firing and they start making their way towards us, and as they do so, they get into an environment that's ripe for tornadoes. That's why we have this tornado watch in place for all of North Alabama and southern Tennessee. It extends into East Mississippi as well as central Alabama until 8 p.m. That's a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch as well, which is something that's issued when we think there's the potential for strong tornadoes that stay on the ground a particularly long time. If you're someone who pays attention to and keeps a close check on the Storm Prediction Center outlooks, we are still under that high risk for severe weather. Those are pretty rare. That is still in place. But at the end of the day, if you're watching us in East Mississippi, North or Central Alabama, or Southern Tennessee, you are going to be under a very high risk for severe weather, no matter what color or category you are in. So that is where things stand right now. And as Jason said, once we get done with this event, we're going to get past this event first, but we're going to have to keep an eye on storms as we head into the weekend as well, particularly on Saturday. That's something we're going to have to keep a very, very close eye on. But Jason, we're still keeping an eye on this storm in Blount County. Still some rotation.
There we go. Thank you for giving me information. So there's some clearing. I can definitely see it to the southwest, but all in through here is just clear, minus the obvious showers. Anything that forms, anything that forms is obviously going to probably drop a tornado, especially in an increasing environment down there. Got a long tornado warning that'll probably eventually track south of Birmingham, south of the radar. Got another one that's going to track probably up there towards Tuscaloosa County, which was kind of rain cooled. So
to continue destabilizing this atmosphere. It's not over yet, so stay with us. We're beginning our 4 p.m. newscast right now, and we will stay in weather coverage here on News 19 until we are certain what that storm that's down there to the southwest is going to do. We've got a strong storm that's here in Marshall County that it shows some structure, but as far as the actual rotation on it, it's not all that strong. There may be some wind here on the northeast side of Albertville. In fact, we'll take a look with our camera that sits at the intersection of Highway 75 and U.S. Highway 431. You see nothing but a dark sky, and we're looking straight at that thing. So there's no danger from that storm that's in Marshall County at the moment. The wind is out of the south. The dew point is high, up in the low 60s, and we are likely going to stick with a rainy, stormy kind of setup around Albertville and Gunnersville and Grove Oak and Painter here for at least the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. Now watch the precipitation. Watch how hard the rain is coming down, and now look where it's traveling. In the same areas where we have already had up to 3 inches of rain today. I'm going to put a storm track on this batch of heavy rain that's in Marshall and DeKalb counties. We'll track that.
Okay, all right. Rain. Okay. Sorry, flash flooding is very serious. However, I just don't buy it. Let's see. It's brighter. Yeah, can you notice it? Now I see some blue right there.
Is it good or bad?
Bad. Blue is bad.
Blue is bad.
Blue is bad.
I'll never forget. I remember being in the computer lab and you saying that it's not good. That the sun was.
Oh yeah, April 28th, 2014. I said
That is not good.
and you were like,
So
okay.
I always remember that and go flashback to that whenever that happens.
Yeah. Okay, so the latest HRRR guidance shows some supercell, probably right there, forming. It was very on cue with this. It was very right. Yeah, okay, we got a group driving from Enterprise to North Alabama. Another group is in Eufaula and heading to Atlanta. Are they safe? Absolutely not. Are you kidding me? Enterprise to North Alabama. That is like the entire state, especially in this Birmingham area. If on that track gonna get hit by a tornado on I-65, no, don't drive on anywhere on I-65 long distance today. Terrible idea. Sorry, no. So it's still saying it's okay. So the newest guidance does indeed say what all these guys are saying. Oh, we're not done. I do believe that. I do buy that. I do think that there is indeed a chance that maybe you have. It says maybe like double supercells at one point. Probably one becoming more dominant than the other, and creating some mass of supercells there for a second. Once all of this starts to clear a little bit, there'll be some spacing, and then you'll probably have more supercells form right here. It definitely is not over by the slightest. Honestly, it might be 8 p.m. and we might, it says 8 p.m. we're sitting at 1,500 joules per kilogram. So I can't end it and come back. I'm fine. I promise you. I understand. I'm cool. Everything's good. I'm good. How's the stream doing? What else saying? I'll stop spamming the chat after this, but lightning is insanely frequent. I don't know where you are. Very possible tornado over I-75 or probably I-65. I turned on the weather. How about you follow to Atlanta? No, because Atlanta, that's still in it. Probably not a great idea. Yeah, no, okay, that's pure sun. So that 100% is pure sun. Just the sun broke out completely. I'm gonna look at that.
It's the last time you see sun.
It's been a minute. Goodness gracious. That's the light. Check, come on screen. While we're in a dull, I'm gonna introduce you guys to Jake. What radar am I using? I'm using a radar scope.
I'm Harrison Black's assistant.
This is my buddy Jake,
I'm
best
the,
friend.
I'm the guy in the chair.
The guy in the he's been helping me out.
I've been moving the radar scope.
It's not been me. No.
I've been operating the radar scope.
It's all him.
He's been checking the Jason Simpson and the feeds.
That's been me. Yeah.
He's done a fantastic job. And I just wanted to put my name out there for. I'm just kidding. I've been doing nothing this whole time. I've just been working on homework, whatever.
Yeah, he has been.
And enjoying listening to my friends' awesome weather.
Thank you. And not seeing anything, just green. It's like, look, yeah, for me it's green. I have a monitor over there to show me what I'm looking at, but this is just green. All that's green. I got the old whatchamacallit right here for my laptop, and I can look at all that stuff. And yeah, but that's yeah. His parents are out of town, so he has to stay at my house while all this crap happens. So. That's the deal. Yeah.
That's the deal.
That's the deal. So yeah, this is Jake, this is the POV of me.
POV of Harrison. So right here, see we have rain. It's a very enticing model right here. We're looking right here. It looks like we have some lower Cape values, though still increasing. There still is a chance of severe weather tonight, so do not let your guard down. Be weather aware. Continue to be weather aware, because this can get interesting. Come back.
Okay, so.
Are you toasted?
I am toasted.
I am Iron Man.
I am Iron Man. I am toasted. Stop. Scare me. Okay. They said Jake got the drip, not gonna lie. Jake got that swag. How's Circleville, Ohio gonna be tonight? Probably nothing. Severe weather threats low up there. I can't go to gym. You know what, Mom? I think you'll be okay right now going to the gym. Go ahead. We got a little break right here. As long as the sun is out, the worse it could be at night. So now it's going to be, yeah, okay, so now we're into the Cape values are starting to come in now. The mixed layer, 100 millibar, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, we're about to get pretty good Cape values. And what?
Waiting for connection.
I'm sorry. That's the thumbnail.
You change it later.
And it's happened like 5 times, and the thumbnail is that. That's awesome. Goodness gracious. Oh man. You know, this is funny. I think it was March 27th, 2017. It was me and you doing a weather stream, and Mom got mad at me because of how unprofessional I was being because of the stupid stuff that we were doing.
I think you're doing a lot of it. Harrison, they asked, do you like America?
I do like America. I live here. I do live in America, and I do like America. Yeah, good news.
Okay. Scroll through the
Supercell composite is quite high, 8. That's interesting. Here, like in Athens.
Yes, if I like America, I think, is America the best nation ever? Yes. I think we're the best nation ever. Because we put our trust in God, if I'm being honest. It means a lot. And,
Yeah. See.
yeah.
Significant tornado parameters also starting to peak a little bit here.
Poopy Pants asks, what radar are you using?
Radar scope. Tell him I said ooga booga. Don't tell him that.
The Vibe Sater asks, toast and noodle, do you identify as toast or noodle?
Both.
Poopy Bants asks, hey Harrison, from your Fears video, did you visit Six Flags over Georgia after 2018? And if you did, what's your review of Twisted Cyclone?
I did, and it was the first ride that we rode, and it was very cool and good. Okay. We're kind of in a break now. The sun has come out, which is bad.
Yeah.
But we're kind of just waiting around, you know. So. We had one interesting go around right here. Northwest. Take that. Just going to like a random point. Wait, go to the hold on. Up and down. I think we're good right now, thanks to that thing working. For some reason the Wi-Fi is
Wait, go off.
Wait, hold on. We're looking back at the stream.
A little bit more detailed.
I hear it.
Then you have the notch. It's going to move northeast. Josiah Trotter was chasing.
I know.
That was great.
And that sucker is going to move northeast, and that's going to be at Muscle Shoals and Sheffield.
I'm doing a fine job.
Yeah, you are.
Doing a fine job. Still waiting for those things to initiate. The second those initiate, I'm gonna go crazy, but still waiting for that to happen.
Jackson Hickey said, now this is James Span's replacement.
Thank you. Thank you.
Somebody said, I am Brushki says, Harrison work at CNN.
What did I say?
Harrison work at CNN.
I'm not working at CNN.
Good answer.
I am not working at CNN.
Poopy Pants says, it's on his bucket list, but it looks in the middle of high class of RMCS.
Where? Oh. I don't know. Drew says come over. Are there?
Drew says come over.
Drew says come over.
Let's go.
Probably at the skate barn. Drew, I haven't been on Snapchat since I guess 12, 15. So
That's awesome.
Well, yeah, because I'm using the phone. So give me a social update. What's going on in life? Wait, wait. Harrison and I have a question. College of DuPage. Pivotal weather, probably. Or COD meteorology, even though that has a lot of clips touches all the time. Still have to watch this area for potential development. There's a chance it doesn't, but still gotta watch. The HRRR says it will, so you gotta respect that.
Sorry, I was thinking about the professional. I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, you're doing great.
I was kidding. Sorry.
Doing great. What are you doing? Okay. No, don't play it. Don't play it. No, don't play it.
Play what?
Don't play it.
Play what?
Play Wackle. Oh, racist. Dude. Stop.
What? Take it off me.
Can you make that noise, Jake? Was that your best shot at it?
Yes, I'm trying. Drew said, "Can we give it a crumble?" Mitch said, "What's up, boys?" What's up, Mitch?
What's up, Mitch? You missed it. Prom 2 happened while you were streaming. Can we go to Crumble? Drew, I will.
Drew, that was a good.
Drew, late tonight, I will personally bring you to Crumble.
Personally.
I will personally bring you to Crumble.
This is puff. Is about.
No. Anyway.
I didn't mean to pause it.
Okay. Let's take a look at that new HRRR run. No, it's not even. The 20Z isn't even done yet.
What's AV's YouTube channel?
Probably just Anna Vassar.
Oh, it's her. Somebody called it AV space H and said Drew. I was just.
Wait, let me see it. Let me see it.
Wait.
That has to be B card. Because I said I would bring him to. Maybe I haven't seen that profile picture. Caden getting ready to Troy. So many people were watching that I didn't realize were watching.
Wait, what'd you say?
We're just hanging out. Huh?
What did everybody say that you said B card?
I said, Drew, I will bring you to Crumble tonight.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Everybody just got me a B card.
B card. I was like, okay, I want a Crumble cookie. I don't.
Peanut butter chocolate, great one shot, Beverly combine and make the more top epic, more top epic, more top epic.
Alright, we're just having fun now. We're having fun. There's like adults that watch this. Don't. Hey.
Don't destroy the setup.
Boo! I'd form tackle. That's funny. I was gonna do the bit where I fell, and I was like, I can't. I was gonna do the bit where I fall, but No, it's not happening. It's not happening. See how? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. I'll see how far I can. What?
Get out of here.
And then just jump.
Ladies and gentlemen, Harrison is about to levitate. Here, Harrison, go.
What? Oh.
Like a robot.
Oh my gosh. Oh no, software update.
Imagine just joining the stream.
Pog. I've never had Reese's Puffs. Mad Hops. Thank you, AV.
My man turned off Bob.
Watch out for the cord. If you trip that cord, everything falls apart again. My man turned off Bobby. Harrison, today is my birthday, but none of my friends showed up to my Discord birthday party. Can you wish me a happy birthday? Okay. What the frick is going on? Go down the stairs. Is that dude? I jumped on the preview. Is that Dua Lipa? Is Harrison epic or no epic? Yeah, Drew. Okay. TVB. Son. Son. Wait, hold on. Okay, we gotta wish TVB. We have to wish TVB 326 happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear TVB 326. Happy birthday to you. Somewhere in the middle. That's okay. Only here because Jake. Oh, hey, Lucy's here for you. Lucy's here for you. Lucy's here for you.
Lucy, I just want to say thank you so
Give the
much.
phone a kiss. Give the phone a kiss.
I can't.
Give the phone a kiss for Lucy. Look. Look. Like that. Do it. You missed. Come on. Give her a little.
Give the phone a kiss for Amy.
It's buffering. No,
Anyways,
I can't hear it. It's buffering.
Thank
for
you,
me.
Lucy. I
No.
really appreciate you.
Floor reveal?
You're really awesome, Lucy.
Lucy, I think you're just a hater. I'm sorry that you are learning this just now, says Christian. Look out the window. The nader's right there. Ah! Walking on the fighting side of me. Robert.
Robert, it goes
I
down.
felt you were about to do something. Robert, it goes down. It don't go down. It do go down. Oh. See if I can try out something. What can I say except for skeleton?
Trousers up.
Yeah. Ah, crap. Got the jeans on. Got the jeans on. I can't do the funny.
Trade.
Wait. That's the best I can do with the jeans.
That's pretty good.
I think we're all Tuck her down.
Oh, something making noise.
Oh.
I can't. Oh me.
What? No idea. I have no idea.
Give me the camera.
Wait, hold on. Wait. What is that?
Make better questions.
Oh, I never do those.
I never do those. I have an idea.
Look, watch. Hold on. You're gonna think this is funny.
The cloak of invisibility.
I have the cloak of invisibility. Oh. Watch your cape. Ooh, 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 ooh. Watch out for the cord. Jake, look at the preview. Look. You're gonna run into the Jake. Jake, no! I told you to watch out for the thing.
I'm so sorry.
No. Jake, no!
This is my curtain call. What babies?
We fixed this like 40 times today. Whatever. Oh yeah. Put the old thing back on the thing. Ugh. Okay. Oh yeah. Bet they thought that was funny. What is poop map? Jake, you idiot.
Harrison equals dubbing.
Harrison, do you live near train tracks? Like, that's like super bad. What? Jake had a fat nose, floating heads. Harrison, rip camera. Oh my god. What? How much has happened? Oh, wait. Harrison, there are like 2 tornado warnings. Talk about that. Fine. Just like one.
5 minutes to get
No,
there.
wrong. Okay. I mean, you got one to the south of us. Tuscaloosa kind of following that same thing. You got Greensboro. It's going to move to the northeast, south of, maybe hit like Calera, Wilton, Brent. That is a supercell that's kind of doing its own thing. Meanwhile, you don't really have another rotating thunderstorm anywhere. Our main concern right now is that if anything develops in through here, which we're actually starting to get development right here a bunch along the line, which is concerning, if those can fire, because the main back lines are out here. If this line can form, then we might have some issues. So, got to pay attention to that. You're also seeing breaks in the clouds, thanks to the satellite image. Almost clear skies, partly cloudy skies, or mostly sunny skies right through here. So if we can get some, if these suckers can fire, and maybe some stuff in here fire up, then we'll be shaking and baking. Shaking and baking. Shaking and baking. Okay. What was that, Jake? Say it again. You did that so perfectly the second time. You copied it perfectly. That was weird. Well, I'm not complaining. That was really cool. Saying like, you know what I want?
What?
Nice burger.
Why are more people watching now?
You know what I want now? A nice burger. Oh man, that sounds good. You have a much more favorable environment in terms of thermodynamics, but the STP is really high in through here. I'm wondering how long that stays. Let me just look at the forecasted STP. Oh, whatever. Oh, so we get a lot of STP. Okay. You have values of about 2, 3 in through here. I'll be honest. If anything can form through here, we'll be in trouble. That will probably end up being our worst threat if we can get some supercells firing in here. So, yeah. Golly, I'm hungry. What?
I can get you some.
No, it's okay. Oh, we're fooling around. I can't wait to put together like a best of. I mean, 2 high schoolers just messing around. During a high risk day, like, you never know how this could go. It could be like an historic day in the making, and we're just like, funny. I feel like the camera's closer now. Now that you're like more involved in the stream, I feel a lot better with it.
That's good.
I feel a lot more loose.
Yeah.
I feel like my break was messing with you.
he is talking to us like we know what he is saying.
What? Can you not hear me? Yeah, you can.
No, I was saying what Pipper's saying.
Oh.
Zidane, he said, what would you do if a tornado hit your studio?
Who said that?
Zidane.
Okay. What would I do if I got hit by a tornado? Go hide. In the storm place. Isn't that what you do, Jake? Yeah. That's what I would do. Elizabeth Waldrop said, funny? I don't know what I said. Supercells, fire, this way, that way. No, we don't want that, actually. Tornado STDs. Yes. No, Lakewood. No. What are STPs? Significant tornado parameter. It's basically the combination of ingredients to let significant tornadoes form. So it's just like a better environment for tornadoes. Significant tornadoes do form in a specific environment. Storm place. What?
Camera got a lot closer.
Why? Nothing changed.
What are the zooms on? I don't know.
Is that possible? That is what happened. Look at you, Jake. You got yourself a brain. Look at you. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
Do you have any STPs, Harrison? No. This is literally when we were goofing off. That was the highest. That was the most viewers we'd had all the whole time. It peaked when no, it was the second most. It peaked when they had their warning in Colbert. Let's see. Am I in class? Just tell me whether I die or no, or if school tomorrow. There'll be school tomorrow, but I'm not going. Guess tomorrow is, Jake. Tanapis Day. Oh yeah. Harrison, where did weather go? I got this. Here's the weather. There's nothing in here, but some cells are starting to fire up along the line. You gotta watch those, and they're going into an unstable environment, and they could, we could have another and last round of supercells eventually. So we're me and Jake are kind of just fooling around right now because it's probably gonna be a minute. Is it gonna storm? I'm trying to go to Target, says Briley. Go to Target. Call me. No, don't call me. 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 Now they're gonna call me. Do not disturb. Do not disturb. Do not disturb. Nope. 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 Ha. Do not disturb. Okay, Harrison, why do you look like if somebody blew a vape hit into your face and it just stayed there? Hey, I think I'm pale. Yeah. Why is the environment unstable, Harrison? There's unstable atmosphere come from the Gulf of Mexico. It come in here and make the storms go boom. What is poop? What is poop, man? Beware of Dumalak. Tanafis is tomorrow. Harrison, Papa John's is trying to message you. Pick up the phone. Can I share your number? No! That'd be terrible. I'd have to change my phone number and stuff. It'd be awful. Also, yeah. Socks meanie. No, Green Socks is not mean. He's one of my friends. Okay. One of my buddies. Friends. Mates. Chums. Just like Jake. Isn't that right, Jake?
What?
Isn't that right, Jake?
What are we talking
You. Isn't that right, Jake? What? What? Anyways. Okay, let's see. Let's look here. Got there. See, there's nothing wrong with X triple R coming in. I love how you're watching it kind of live, but not really. Harrison, you have 27 views. It's gonna be okay. Please don't give my number.
Oh, poop app. Forgot his. Chris, you gave your number away for like a split.
Before I took it away. Harrison, can you say, "Oh my gosh, Emily, you're such a crackhead" in your girl voice? Oh my gosh, Emily, you're such a crackhead. Tornado emergency southeast of Tuscaloosa. I guess we should probably look at that, shouldn't we? What are you doing? What are you on about? Who's calling you? Who's on the phone?
This is very dangerous, Drew. Drew, I'm not Harrison. I'm just kidding. Okay. I'm putting Drew on it.
This is dangerous. What is he gonna say? Let me talk to him first. Let me talk to him. Drew, what are you gonna say? No, don't. Don't do that. This is a what? Oh yeah. It's really off. Okay. Catch. Okay, tornado emergency. Southeast. I guess just south of Tuscaloosa. Going northeast towards Brent. Well, it's actually a little bit off right here. I forgot that I actually am on a green screen. Brent and West Blockton. West Blockton's up here. Brent's down here. Tornado is right in here. It's moving northeast. So let's look at the velocity. Oh yeah, look at that. That's a big one right there. Beautiful circulation going northeast. Very violent. Probably a tornado on the ground. Let's look at the correlation coefficient, see if we can confirm that. Oh yeah, debris ball right there. That is a tornado on the ground moving northeast, south of Tuscaloosa. Will not impact the city of Tuscaloosa or the county of Tuscaloosa. So that's something that's going on right now that potentially one of those storms could turn into something like that. So you have to pay attention to this, give it respect, and just take some time. The latest run has not come out yet from the HRRR. So one of the limiting factors did happen today. So that's something. Let's go back to the live stream. Harrison, do you like Cane's or Chick-fil-A? Chick-fil-A. Goodness gracious. Yeah, you can go get food right now. Harrison, pick up the phone. I've had Zaxby's and I like Cane's better. Okay. Brawley put his number in the description. He put his number. No, what? Not the Zaxby's. 37. Hunter. Okay. Oh, new tornado warning. This one's, oh. You might have some debris in downtown Birmingham. Uh-oh. All right, Jefferson County. You have a tornado right now just north of downtown Birmingham moving northeast. That's impacting Fairfield, Tarrant, Fultondale, Centerpoint, Trussville, Irondale, Leeds again, up into Argo. And that's going to, there's your circulation right there. That's going to move northeast. That's a brand new one. Let's look at the velocity. And goodness gracious. That's foom and foom. Right there. There's your tornado. Let's see. That one's going northeast. That's going to probably have a direct impact on Trussellville, and it'll pass just to the south of Centerpoint. But if you're in either location, you don't know exactly where this thing could go. You have to be in your safe place. Either way, north to Clay, Argo, and eventually this could impact places like Branchville and Margaret. So watch this. You definitely need to be in your safe place if you're in this polygon. Same situation for the tornado south of Tuscaloosa, over towards Brent. This one's going towards Brent right now. It's a long track kind of deal. It's going to go right towards Brent. This is kind of close to the area where you had the long track tornado earlier, except that one was a little bit to the north, towards Moundville, kind of. So you have two possible circulations right now in Alabama. You have one almost in downtown Birmingham up there to Fultondale, and you have another one south of Birmingham headed towards Brent. So those are two things that are going on right now. And let's look at the big picture yet again. Switch over the Columbus radar. Let's see over here. Yeah, let's switch over to the Columbus radar. Right now, things are starting to get cooking a little bit up here. That would pass to the north. We do note a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Nashville, moving to the north of Nashville right now. Not a tornado warning, so that's something. See if there's any discussions of any kind. Christian, how the neighborhood looking? It looking good. Lucy, that sounds good. Let's see. What if you don't have a safe place and you're homeless? Geez, people need to be considerate. Zidane? Who wants to go to Chick-fil-A with me? Okay. Christian just say Chick-fil-A was overrated. Christian can't say that. He's Jewish. It's funny because he's not Jewish. He's Hindi. Just getting his religion blatantly wrong. Let's go with significant tornado parameter. Looking pretty robust for it. The HRRR and RAP models are both very insistent on something going on in here. I really think that it's unlikely that this line goes through and nothing happens in this high risk. I think that's pretty unlikely, especially with the atmosphere and the environment that it's going into. So, yeah. What are you looking at, Jake? What are you looking at? We got a tornado warning north of Birmingham right now. Looks like correlation coefficient might have some stuff that don't. Hey, be careful. Be careful. Don't let. That's okay. Just you know what? It's okay. Just let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Just let it be. It's okay. Hold on, I gotta move it a little bit so. Can't you see? Oh, can't you see what that woman loves? you been doing to me? See correlation coefficient. We got anything? Ooh, yeah. We got a debris ball. So that's a confirmed tornado on the ground that is passing. No way. Is that? Okay, it's to the south of Fultondale. This is in the Birmingham Metro. This is going northeast. It's going to impact Trussville, or Trussville, excuse me. If you're in Trussville, if you're in Margaret, Branchville, or Moody, you have to be in your safe place. This one's going to move straight your way. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. You can see the debris right there on the correlation coefficient. Jake went away, and I didn't see him leave, and I don't know where he went. Here is your tornado, confirmed tornado down here in, head towards Brent. That is that's a monstrous, tornado signature right there. Goodness gracious. It's moving northeast. It is going to impact Brent. Brent, this one's heading straight towards you. This looks like it's a violent tornado. This one's a big one. You've got to keep your eye on it. It's going to keep on moving northeast to Brent. So I would go ahead and get in your safe places right now if I was in Brent or if I was in Trussville and Argo, Margaret, Moody, Branchville, Odenville. So that is what I got for you right there. Let's zoom out. Let's check on the storms over here. Let's do a base velocity. See if any of them are rotating. There's not going to be a real indication of them this far out. Notice that the line, this is becoming more impressive. Especially this storm up here. These storms are becoming more impressive. Individual cells right there. That's only going to increase. Another one's going to form right here. In the past couple of runs, it's obvious. And there might be another round behind it. Okay, guys. This could be bad. So you have one that these just formed. Another one's trying to form right here. If more can form down this line, that's going to be a line of supercells. I used to call that back in the day a super squall. If that is the case, here's the thing though. If when it comes to these super squalls, what I would used to call them, it would be this baby would move on and become very powerful. However, around it, especially to the north of it, there would be less available energy. So what we're looking at here is here's your line. It looks like there's another line over here. This could be dangerous. We're going to watch this as it keeps on going and tracking our way. This is a very favorable environment for severe weather. So if as this continues to move, we got to watch it tight. We got to watch it close. We are still in a high risk for severe weather for tonight into the evening. What are you doing? Are you okay? What are you doing? Oh, I didn't see that part. It looked like Jake was in serious pain, shaking on the bed, holding his leg, and I was like, "Are you okay?" Goodness gracious. So yeah, we're definitely gonna have to watch this strip right here, and that's where there is a tornado watch extended all the way up here, probably because of that line. But if anything can become discrete around here, which I'm actually starting to see signs of maybe the beginnings of some discrete supercells starting to form. They're trying to. Then we would be in some trouble. Let's see if they're thinking the same thing. There has to be some mesoscale discussion or something going on, right? I'm just going to click on. Can't you see? Can't you see? Yeah, it's gonna. This area now, lightning is starting to become rapid right there. Gotta watch that area right there, and any storms that can form in this area, we're gonna have to watch out for. Because there's some clearing right here, and that is concerning. Let's go back to the Birmingham radar, and let's see what we got. Storm with frequent lightning. Goodness gracious. Whew. Yeah, very tight rotation right now. Let's put the communities on there. You have Centerpoint, Trussville, Clay, and Argo all in this area right here. This thing's moving really fast. You have Springville, you have Branchville, Odenville, Asheville, and Ragland up here. That's going to move in your general direction. This thing is flying. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground north of Birmingham. Let's look at the correlation coefficient. And we are not seeing as much of a powerful. I'm going for a run outside, taking about 30 minutes. Yeah, you're fine. Maybe a little debris, indication of debris in Trussville right now. That's going to keep on moving northeast. I would not be surprised if that was a tornado on the ground. That is an extremely dangerous situation. You also still do have a pretty good indication of a tornado on the ground right here that's moving northeast. That will eventually impact places such as Brent. And if you are in Brent, just like earlier today, you have to be in your safe place right now. This is a particularly dangerous situation. So, now that I've recapped both of those, there's one north of Birmingham, one to the south of Tuscaloosa, moving Attaway. Let's see. Gotta move the camera just a little bit. So that's what's going on right there. Yeah, so boom, boom, Attaway. Still have the high risk right there. Looks like we got some development right here, a little bit more. See if there's any indication of rotation. Just curious. Not yet, but soon, I'm sure. I'm very, very sure. Up here. Surely they're getting to that point. Looks like here's Waterloo is in here, just to the northwest. It'll track to the northeast. So Alabama will be unscathed from that. Again, goodness gracious. That's a dangerous situation. Let's look, see if there's finally another run from the new HRRR runs coming out. It says that these things hang on, which I do agree with. Those are violent, big supercells that has made some sort of a rain shield right there and right there. But they're more discreet now than they were earlier. So, man, it's still a very unstable environment outside. You still do need to watch. Whatever develops out here is going to be a problem. Can be a problem. So, you have to watch that. I am kind of interested to see what it feels like outside. Where is warm front? Well, let's take a look. Warm front's north of here. This is too much of a rain-cooled air region, but we really didn't get that much rain, so it's kind of like that. In the next couple of hours, it won't even matter because we're going to be so deep into it. But here in a bit, the conditions will be so ripe and ready for it. It's just going to be a matter of where the supercells and the storms form. Here's another one that could form. Is that right there? That's a new one. Tapping into that energy right there. So, again, right there, and then all this in there you gotta watch. So, still watching. How in the world did it tell me that? That was weird. Jake, I think the ghost is trying my phone. I'm not kidding. Anyways, so Dad says it is warm and muggy, and the HRRR is still going with the solution that these do become supercellular. So that is something. Whew, man. The HRRR suggests that we get to a significant tornado parameter of like 7 at 7 o'clock. I'm sure that the watch will be extended to probably about like a 9 or 10 o'clock, maybe 9 for here. The helicity tracks, let's see what they got. They still have a spinning updraft coming through here, which is just an example. It's not going to be like, oh, there's going to be, that means Harrison said there's going to be a tornado coming. No, it's not what that means. Just means that, there's ingredients in the atmosphere for such things to happen. So, yeah. So it's a waiting game. It's a waiting game now. I'll go outside. Yep. Still got some sunny skies. A little bit more cloud cover now, though. What? That's okay. But yeah, it does look like we will get sufficient cape here in a second, and whatever comes through, you'll have the opportunity to have some violent long track tornadoes. Here's one that's starting to form. One with all that space. You have a lot of space for those suckers to form, and any of that forms right here is going to move into here. So you have to watch any of those cells. Any of them could rotate. I don't think that they're going to be like these massive supercells like these would be. They're probably be like smaller in nature. However, if they do get to the point where we have to worry about it, then I wouldn't be surprised. I do want to go to Twitter. See. They're saying homes are demolished. So you're probably having like EF4s. Man. Z 1 p.m. soundings. North Allegheny. The warm front was located between the Tennessee River and Ackleburg. totally went silent. I'm sorry. Wow. Probably an EF4 earlier today. So that is terrible. Terrible. Man alive. Okay. What we got going on in the chat? 19 people watching, so we dipped down significantly. But that's okay. Y'all are going crazy. Our instructions are to keep an eye. Keep it. Harrison equals to baby. No. Tell you who does equal to baby. Jake. 15 schools. What's the plan for tonight in Birmingham? Well, I mean, y'all just had another one. Y'all might slow down, but the severe weather threat will not be over until the cold front clears the area. I will not pass away. These are now becoming a little bit more like scattered in nature. You can see there's like, you know, some breaks. You got cells starting to form up in here. That's another one to be watching. That one's starting to strengthen a bit. And that one's very much alone. So, okay, let's hypothetical that one. That would track in a northeastern pace. Oh, that's great. Okay. So you gotta keep an eye on that. You gotta keep an eye on that. Jake. What? Yeah. Taking a nap? Yeah. Okay. Admittedly, there's some storms that have kind of lost their thunder, literally. Up top left of the screen in northeastern Mississippi. But there's still some stuff forming along the line. It's definitely going to be worth the look at. Let's see. I will. You know what? I will take a little break. What I'll do is I will put some text on screen if I can do that. Let's do the old. Wait. Yeah, I'll do that. Right in the middle. And I'll mute my mic. And I'll be right back, boys. I have a muscle spasm in my right leg, above my kneecap and my thigh. It feels and looks very funny. I would show you guys, but
Oh, you're back on the street.
it's kind of,
You're back.
yeah. Alright. Well, obviously I have a point of concern. This. So, which I was quite worried about. We also need okay, I'll move back over here. You have some lightning with this thing. See if there's any. Looks like there's trying to get some, differential wind speeds going on. Just gotta watch it. This could be our cell. We just have to watch how that goes. We have a strengthening thunderstorm or right here that's going to move in that vicinity. This might all end up being severe down the line. Let's refresh the SBC. How long was I out?
Well, 30 minutes.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Ever heard that one, Jake?
Sounds familiar.
That one's called, I made it up just now.
Wait, you said Christian can't do that? He's Jewish.
I think that was one of my best. The SCP is the SCP is still up there.
Who is supposed to do it?
It's me.
Here's what I found.
First thing that popped up, doesn't know what you do.
They updated the high risk. We're still in it. So there's just an update. 30% tornado probability for the entire northern half of the state. Any storms that form out ahead of this line can go severe very quickly. Isn't that right, Jake? Jake says yes. Alright. So, obviously this storm right here, gonna watch it track to the northeast. Still, gosh, is that a new one? Is that a new severe thunderstorm warning? No, it's not. It just looks like it. Okay. Obviously, you have a lot of tornado warnings over here. However, we're not focused on those. We're focused on maybe that one, any that can form right through here in this main line. So we got a long way to go. This one formed pretty rapidly, and now the question is, can it tap into that atmosphere? Another storm might be trying to at least tack along into it. Maybe a storm behind it too. We'll see. But it will be tracking to the northeast. Whatever forms here will eventually be here into this high risk area where obviously it will be very likely for tornadoes and long track tornadoes to form. Let's get the chat going again. Can I go camping this evening? No. Choo Choo sold the back room.
US.
Huh?
US.
Mom.
Mom.
I just got the PDS swag watch. Ha 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 ha. I am laughing, and that was funny. Did a train go by?
Yeah.
Didn't even notice it. That MCS just expired. Let's see. Supercells down here, they're more cellular. Maybe not as much with that one, but still got some up there that can be cellular. The main concern, I feel like, is going to be in here. I would like a mesoscale discussion. I would really like that, because this is kind of an obvious area. Like, what is going to happen here? I would like some sort of discussion, because I'm kind of just winging it. I might be totally wrong, so I would like an explanation from anyone. What? What is it? Oh. Death toll up to 5 in Hatchie, Calhoun County.
How many was on April 1st?
What'd you say?
About how many was like April 27th?
What do you mean?
Like deaths, April 27th. How about how many?
252 people died in the state of Alabama that day. They did not do this off the special amended date one.
Weird.
Let's check on that supercell down here. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just walking
around. There is your possible, or actually confirmed tornado, I guess, going northeast. South of the Birmingham radar, Calera just got hit. It's going to go south of Columbiana, south of Wilsonville, and probably in the vicinity of Talladega Springs. So pay attention to that. That is a massive supercell, life-threatening situation there. Also up there towards Gadsden, possible tornado going to pass to the north of Piedmont. So you have to stay safe up there, know what's going on. And we're far from this being over, unfortunately. You have a potential storm right here, potential line of storms right there. It's going to depend on, let's see what happens. We'll just have to see what happens. Okay. See, I would like some sort of discussion. We're not getting any discussions at all, and I get that this right now is the main concern, moving that way, this one as well. But I mean, we've had nothing here for a minute. I would like at least some meteorologist covering this and answering a question or two.
All across North Alabama, in the state, really.
Yeah, the threat of severe weather is not over yet, and News 19's
just trying to refresh and see if there's anything new for us. This one is very similar to the one that we had earlier, except this one's a little bit to the south and would eventually track into Limestone County. So that's why we have to watch that one close. I don't think that there's anybody live there either. I might just be alone with this. Yep, WHNC, we'll be right back. Can't get anything. Yeah, the new high risk expanded a little bit eastward to make up for that supercell. But let's bring more attention down here to these two. Not really seeing any rotation on the southernmost storm. Not really seeing much in this either. Still got to keep an eye on it. It looked like it tried, and it probably will keep on trying. It's a discrete supercell in a very volatile environment. So, we have to keep our eye on it. The higher SDP values are, in Alabama. So, that is something to look for. Goodness gracious. You can definitely tell, you can almost tell that it's spinning. So it's only a matter of time until that starts spinning in the right direction. It's downwards, Been a while since we've gotten a refresh from the HRRR. Still waiting on that. I think our fate is now going to be decided on this baby right here. See how this unfolds. Right now, we're sitting at about 1,000 joules per kilogram. Certainly sufficient for severe weather. Sufficient STP values and sufficient STP values. I think 2 to 3 around here. That's forecasted up until about 3, and then move through about 4 hours. Jeez Louise. So watch that one, and then that one's probably eventually going to do something, especially with that environment they got going down there. Look back at Twitter, I guess. New Mesoscale discussion. Just to the north of us. Includes all of right here. I just don't get it. We're in the high risk and they're just not telling us anything. You can even tell us if the threat is going to be down. You can tell us that, but you've got to. It's going to increase this evening right here. Got to give us something too. Birmingham at the moment is clear. However, there is a violent tornado on the ground, unfortunately near Columbiana. It's actually probably making impact with Columbiana as we speak. This was a historic day, especially in the central part of the state. Look at that. There is your tornado right there moving northeast. Columbiana, Wilsonville, north of Talladega Springs, it'll pass. Tornado warning for Childersburg, Bonaire, Oak Grove, north of Sylacauga. So, if you're watching and somehow in any of these places, please be in your safe place. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Violent tornado on the ground. right now. We can prove that with the correlation coefficient. You can see a debris you can see a debris signature right there, and that's going to continue to probably, unfortunately, just make a path of damage. But Birmingham itself, for now, is right. It's just okay. You still have a cell over here to the west or the east of Memphis, and that's moving northeast. No circulation on that thing right now. What we're watching is this one right here, the Columbus radar. It's going to move to the northeast, eventually impact places like Athens. Got to stay up to date with those things. If this thing becomes supercellular, then we have to be there for it. Let's see. Strong to intense tornado potential will rapidly increase, coincident with the Central Alabama supercell moving into eastern Alabama. That's the supercell that we just covered. Just going through it, keep my eye on it. There we go. Huntsville said something about it at 5:30, and I didn't see it. It's on their Twitter. Additional storms are firing to our west, and surface stations and upper air soundings from the UAH swirl indicate that the environment is still favorable for tornadoes across the Tennessee Valley. Please remain vigilant and have multiple ways to receive warnings. I do agree with that. Storms are firing, especially this one. We've got to keep our eye on that one. Yeah, clear skies, which is weird and rough. Man. What?
Sorry, I'm just trying to get like inside your head. Is it like I don't know what to say. Like what is it looking at? What's your overview for the next hours or whatever? I don't know.
I think it's my overview for the next couple hours. I think that any storms that fire and move into this environment have the availability or have the potential to start rotating and becoming a problem, just because it's in the right environment. But just maybe it's still high risk. But I think right now it looks like the only real problem that we're gonna have is with this sucker. And unless some more forms, which it looks like there might be another one form behind it, that moves up there and has some supercell characteristics. By the time it does get up there, then we'll have a problem. But until then, it's not even a severe thunderstorm. So, yeah, that's what I
How late would it be?
Might be past 8 o'clock since we're done until we're done. What?
I say we should take a break and go grab something to eat.
You can. That's okay. Vestavia Hills. Obviously, Dad just told me to give a little update on the Vestavia Hills situation. Vestavia Hills is fine. There's nothing right now in Vestavia Hills. It's been a rough day for the Birmingham area, Jefferson County, south and north of it. There's a violent tornado on the ground to the southeast of it, to the southeast of Birmingham. It's moving northeast. It's already impacted Columbiana. It's heading towards Wilsonville and Childersburg. So if you're in those communities, you need to get in your safe place right now. A violent couplet right there. Classic. Heading northeast. Let's see. You still do have that debris signature right there. Moving to the northeast, going to impact Wilsonville and Childersburg. So this. Other than that, the state of Alabama is fine. Other than that violent tornado on the ground, but right now we will continue to watch that one, and that will move in our direction. Yes. What? Yeah, just do my job. It's hard to get any rotation indication out of that because it's so close to the radar, but looks like there could be something in there. We have to let it get away from it though. Can't judge it based off of that one thing. What y'all saying? Not fine at all. The debris ball is confirmed and it's split into 2 tornadoes. Goodness gracious. Alright, so we're still watching this one. This one's gonna probably slide since it's so powerful now. It's probably gonna be more like that. To the north of Limestone. Let's check it out. Let's check out if there's any rotation. Looks like just a really bad hailstorm right now. You have very broad rotation in there, very light indication of it, but hail's going to be the main threat with that one. It is a supercell, it's just not, it doesn't have a tornado with it. So, let's look at Twitter. Okay. They Way 31 now finally offered a live stream. I would love to listen to what they're talking about. Let's go for it. What you got, Way 31?
Fire departments across the shoals are preparing to respond to more storms and help their neighbors out. Let's go live now to Way 31's Brecken Terry. She spoke with the volunteer fire chief out of Franklin County. And Brecken, what's the situation in your area?
All right, that's not what I want. Okay, still keeping a close eye on that. Nothing to write home about with that storm yet. This one though might be showing some signs. Not really. A lot of lightning with it though. Not that much lightning with this one, notably. I keep on watching it, but I don't know. We'll see. Let's see what the latest triple R run says. Finally, okay. this is saying there's a chance that this gets going, but there's also a chance that not much materializes right here. And if that's the case, then we would be in the all clear. But nobody can get that right now. You know, nobody can say that. Cape values will be more than sufficient. The helicity tracks would only be light and scattered around here. Significant tornado parameter. Values are super high, extremely high, but I don't know. I just it does not make any sense to me why there wouldn't be in that situation a supercell, but nevertheless you gotta keep watching it. I would love to hear from somebody. Goodness gracious. But I mean, we. Tornado warning continues for Childersburg, Wilsonville, Bon Air, Alabama until 6:30. It's for a damaging tornado on the ground. Goodness gracious. Just, I don't know. Who's that? Oh. I guess you watch this, but and that would eventually get here, but my confidence is going down now because I just can't. I don't know. I'm just not getting any information. I'm not any information from anyone. This otherwise has been a historic day in here. It's been a very historic day. We got fouled up again. We did. And now it's cleared up. We have the values now. But this one, I just don't understand why it won't initiate. Because it's there. Man. This again is a violent tornado on the ground. Goodness gracious. I mean, just Childersburg. This is a damaging tornado on the ground. It's going this way. That's going to be towards Waldo and Talladega. A historic day that will be remembered in the state of Alabama, but more so in the central part of the state. This is not showing any lightning anymore, so it's no longer strengthening. Right here, this won't show anything either. Yep. So now, I don't know. It's not. Everything is there. All the conditions are there. All the parameters are there. We're just North Alabama Inc. So, I'm not getting any information. This is a complete lack of information. Goodness.
Please email them to share@waytv.com. You may even see them on air or online. Stay with us. After the break, we have updates on what you need to know if your COVID vaccine appointment was canceled. Plus, we have a live report on the weather situation out of Morgan County.
And tracking what's happening across the Way 31 storm tracker early morning radar network. Got a severe warning storm just across the state line out into Mississippi. Watching storms to our south. We'll follow it all for you and give you an idea of what it looks like on future radar.
Coverage you can count on.
Good. Maybe do that earlier than that. Goodness gracious. Okay. While that goes to commercial. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this. Obviously, terrible situation for really this portion of the state. Just an unfortunate day for them. We got fortunate. Despite being in the bullseye of the high risk, we got spared. And I'm really thinking that there's a chance that we can just go through the rest of this being spared. Yeah. I'm just gonna. Okay, we're back to Way 31, I think.
Thanks for watching Way 31 News Online. Did you know?
You're welcome, Way 31.
Stream on the go is
mornings may look different these days.
But where you start your day is still right here with us.
Where you get connected to everything you know.
So you're ready to take on the day ahead.
Wherever you are. And that's why we're here.
To help you navigate through these times. And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Wake up with Way 31 Morning News.
Latest tweets.
Good morning, America. Oh, how I love saying that.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be a severe line of thunderstorms right there through Tennessee. So.
Take a look at this video. This was a tweet that was sent from the Morgan County Sheriff's Office today. This is the scene in Decatur just a few hours ago. Our team coverage continues in Morgan County tonight with Way 31's Alexis Scott. Alexis, what have you seen where you are?
Yeah, I'm right in front of the Morgan County Courthouse, and so far it's been pretty nice and calm. The rain has subsided. The gray clouds, have gone away. You can look right behind me. You can see we have some blue, clear skies. I know that's not the best for right now, but again, we're just going to wait to see what else happens with these later storms. But right now, here in Decatur at the courthouse, very clear, calm, and collected. Back to you guys in the studio, reporting live in Decatur.
Still watching.
Outbreak 31 News.
Today's Huntsville Hospital Clinic at John Hunt Park closed at noon because of weather concerns. If you have an appointment at John
Very
Hunt
thin.
Park,
It really hasn't moved
go
much.
tomorrow or Monday at any time. And this is video of people who were
It has. This thing could be dying.
I did not want the storms to make me miss my appointment this afternoon. I heard they were closing at noon, and I didn't want to wait until tomorrow.
If you missed your appointment today, you do not need to call ahead of time.
Man.
You can just show up at the clinic either tomorrow or Monday.
Weather coverage you can count on with Chief Meteorologist Kate McKenna and the Way 31 Storm Tracker Early Warning Radar Network.
Cool. Let's do it.
The Way 31 Storm Tracker Early Warning Radar. Now, we're a couple of us getting a little bit of a break, others still dealing with rain. Let me get you a closer view here of each one of our 3 radar sites. I'm going to take you through Muscle Shoals, Decatur, and Gunnersville. Starting with Muscle Shoals here, you'll see that right around the radar, maybe a couple of spotty showers, and that's about it. We actually have a good bit of sunshine breaking through the clouds right now. Decatur shows a very similar view, not to say that you won't see a sprinkle here and there, but it's not widespread heavy rain. Certainly pales in comparison to that intense rain that came through earlier today. And here's your view around our Gunnersville radar site. Still some steadier, heavier rain right along 431, just west of 431. And you'll see some light rain falling right along the radar where it's located there for the time being. But let's go back to that view just of North Alabama, and then I'm going to turn your attention to what's happening farther toward the west here, because if you look just off to the west, you can see a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. So this is going to be our next chance here for severe weather heading into our area. It's also going to be our last chance. This is very likely the storms that are right along the cold front, just ahead of the cold front. And once that passes, it's going to end our severe threat from west to east. But down toward Hamilton, just toward the southeast of Amory, right around the Columbus radar, all of this tracking into our area. Because we've gotten that sunlight, we'll need to keep a very close eye on that. Just let me go ahead and track this for you quickly from Corinth down toward areas east of Oxford. And I'll take this all the way through here. Let me try one more time. From right along the state line, down toward Oxford, there we go, all the way through our western counties. So it should be reaching areas, and I'm just going to focus on our western counties, not so much northeast Mississippi. So it should be reaching locations like, let's say, Red Bay by 7:18, Florence by 7:29, and Russellville by 7:38. And just before that, right along the state line, Iuka 7 o'clock, Tishomingo by 7:05. So that's our most immediate concern going forward here. We've also had a tornado warning storm that's finally moved out of the state. No longer with a tornado warning, it's out into Georgia. And I'll take your attention back to what's happening farther toward the south here. And looks to me like this tornado warned storm is no longer warned. We've finally seen this weaken a little bit as far as that very significant tornado that tracked around the Calera area and areas farther toward the southwest. It does look like that it has finally weakened, so that's a little bit of good news there. Now for us, some good news is the sense that we got a break from the rain, at least temporarily for some spots, but look at how much rain we picked up here. Some spots over 4 inches, and that's the reason why some of us were still under flash flood warnings until just a few minutes ago. We finally saw those cleared out there, but with flash flood warnings still existing farther toward the south. Here's your view across the Way 31 Air Care System Sky Camera Network. Really lovely sunset, but not for the reason that we want. I mean, with some of that sunshine, that's going to give us just that lingering energy for that next round of storms, that line of storms coming in from the west. Most of our temperatures right now are right around the 70-degree mark, and some of us are a little bit warmer, a little bit cooler, just depending on location. Keep in mind that although it is quiet tomorrow, we have that chance for strong storms back with us this weekend. I'll show you future radar in just a second, but here's your view with that tornado watch. And keep in mind that that tornado watch still includes all of North Alabama. It still lasts until 8 o'clock tonight for all of us. So we'll still be monitoring that threat very closely, but it has been trimmed back ever so slightly for parts of North Mississippi already. And here's a closer view of what it looks like in Decatur. You can see our radar dome there, our radar site from our Way 31 Storm Tracker early warning radar network there with some sunshine illuminating that in the background. Here's future radar. As we go through the next couple of hours, here's 7 o'clock. Here's that line of storms that I was pointing out to you. They're currently in northeast Mississippi. They continue to track eastward. We can get a couple of showers behind that, but watch it kind of fall apart here. That's 8 o'clock, that's 9 o'clock, that's 9:30. So storms can be on the stronger side still.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear. You couple all outbreaks in the U.S. are just ones involving Alabama. Usually the ones just involving Alabama. There is an increase in lightning here. Here's my thoughts. I think, and I don't know why, I couldn't tell you why, but this right here, I think that's going to be fine. It's probably going to blow through here, maybe have a severe thunderstorm warning or two, but I doubt that there is any significant impacts with that. Not, there could be, but I doubt it. We have 2 storms to watch, I guess. You have this one and you have that one. However, I do not think that there is not any rotation with either. So, because of that, and just the situation we're in, and these two, I mean, sure, those could fire into supercells. They could. But I will, if they do, and I feel like I should, I'll go back to stream, but for now, I'm going to go off. Because right now, at least where I am, maybe in the rest of the state, there's not going to be a significant risk for a while. There was a violent tornado outbreak right in through here. It was not a good day for central Alabama today. The bullseye was supposed to be northwest Alabama and, right through here. Thankfully, that did not materialize, and that instead went through right here. You don't wish that upon anybody, but, south central Alabama down to the south, has seen a lot of threats and a lot of bad situations. And it did turn out today that was just one of those setups. Severe weather season, there's a lot left. It's March 25th, and that means we have about a month and a week to go through the rest of severe weather season. If I do feel like I need to be live again, I will go live. But there's the remaining line of storms. That's basically along the cold front right there. And you do have some scattered storms igniting right in here. Let's go in there again. There is lightning with these. If they do show signs of rotation, then I'll rush back and, of course, go on air. But that is the situation right now. A tornado outbreak did happen today. It will probably go down in state history for those violent tornadoes. And I do not even want to see the damage. I genuinely dread it. So I'll see you guys later. Hopefully I do not have to get back on.